my nephew, with that mighty Skywalker blood. And in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, you guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary.
'Tis but a scratch.
A scratch? Well, what's that then?
I've had worse.
You liar!
Come on, you pansy.
Victory is mine.
Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
I have you now. What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom. Pagkainam.
Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it.
Papa! This belongs in a different galaxy altogether.
May the Force be with us.
Greetings, programs! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
One last target, and no one will be able to stop me.
Oh no, you didn't!
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
My spider sense is tingling. What's next?
And we had ideas going up on the board and Daniel scribbling dinosaurs. It was so great.
Star Wars. It's a journey, y'all.
Uba. 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 Uba.
Greetings, programs! Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Star Wars news this week. Patti Jenkins and the Disney Lucasfilm story group. How is everyone? I was having some fun with some shenanigans there. It's been a little while, so I wanted to check them out.
Zooming at the lightning speed of computer blips.
Video man, we're here now. You be in real trouble.
But he isn't. Almost at the speed of light, Video Man streaks through the maze of wires, following the powerful pulses right back to their source. In microseconds.
Video Man. Hey, I'll be back in 3 minutes. I'm going to put an intermission on, but I'll literally be back in 3 minutes. I just need to do something very quickly.
If you think of the first three films as one film, which is what it was intended to be, Darth Vader comes in the front door, scares everybody, kills a few guys, and then you follow it through, and then you find out that Luke is his father, and then eventually it ends up with him not being the bad guy, but actually being a rather sad guy, and then eventually being the hero and killing the Emperor. That if you saw it as one movie, that's the movie you'd see. And one of the problems I had is that Darth Vader became such an icon of evil that when it got split up over 6 years, the impact of him as a tragic character got lost. So that was one of the inspirations for going back and doing the backstory, because it really is about, it's really the tragedy of Darth Vader is the story.
Struggle in Star Wars is about passion against compassion, which is greed against giving and giving up primarily. And the whole issue is the flip side of greed is fear of losing. So you're either trying to get things or you're afraid of losing the things that you've got. And the idea is that to let go of those things and because once you start down that path of fear, then you're trying to protect things and you're willing to fight for things and you're willing to. And the Jedi's basic job in the beginning, which we never get to see too much of because we start really during the war, they were like marshals in the Old West. I mean, they would go from town to town and they would, help solve the problems and in a lot of cases the marshals and the judges were pretty much the same thing, and they would just travel and they would bring justice and solve problems for people, which is kind of what Jedi are. And they're negotiators, they're not fighters. Only they're negotiators, sort of like the mafia. They're compassionate negotiators with a very big laser sword, which they don't like to use, but if somebody, doesn't want to solve the problem, then they'll solve it for them, so to speak, which is an incentive for people to solve their problems without fighting.
The first film starts with the last age of the Republic, which is it's getting tired, it's old, it's getting corrupt. There's the rise of the Sith, who are now becoming a force. And in the backdrop of this, you have Anakin Skywalker, a young boy who's destined to be a very significant player in bringing balance back to the Force and the Republic. In the second film, we get into more of that turmoil. It's the beginning of the Clone Wars. It's the beginning of the end of democracy in the Republic, sort of the beginning of the end of the Republic. And it's Anakin Skywalker beginning to deal with some of his more intense emotions of anger, hatred, sense of loss, possessiveness, jealousy, and the other things he's coping with. Then we will get to the third film where he is seduced to the dark side, which brings us up to films 4, 5, and 6, where Anakin's offspring redeem him and allow him to fulfill the prophecy where he brings balance to the Force by doing away with the Sith and getting rid of evil in the universe. A lot of the issues that are in films 4, 5, and 6 become much clearer when you begin to realize what's behind the issue.
All right. You can see that later. You've probably seen it already. How is everyone? Hello there, James. Hera's here, and Chopper too. Only character in Rebels I like. Now let's make her clueless. Teenager talking to Omega. She doesn't seem to understand much. Chopper. They're feeling episode. Retcon some stuff. Siamese bulldog attached to my ass. Then watching Rebels again. Senator Tar just died. It's only made to show why some characters don't show up. Was killed for that. I guess they wanted to answer why she wasn't in the OT. Lama Sue. Dude, I haven't even started the stream and you're talking about the whole Bad Batch episode. You want to know why Tar weren't in the original trilogy? Not really, Dave. Don't worry, I'll show you. Unless your question will be answered my question I didn't ask. Greetings, programs. They're going to show us what happened to Cody. We don't really need to know why Cody wasn't in the original. Phony Blowy. I wonder too. I very much wonder. Did he ever watch Star Wars? He either died or retired. That's it. It is necessary to give us an entire episode on why we never see Cody. Just give weapons to Hera's uncle. Ask your dad how to teach you. Multimeter. Filoni's name on it. Got bored with his new characters, so he decided to play with his old ones. Yeah. What's up, 88? Looks like this episode isn't going to be the last. We see Hera and Chopper. Can't wait to see how her mom dies. It's Disney. They have to kill her mom. Greetings, programs, and to all regulars in the house. Hello there. Hello there, Dave. Hey, I got your email about the Jaws thing. I watched it briefly. I didn't catch anything, but I need to watch it with paying better attention. But it was cool because I love sharks and I love Jaws. I got your other email about Rinzler, and I got a package yesterday, so thank you very much. I think that was everything. Cody was hanging out with Ahsoka 4 through 6, and no voting Luke and the rebels and plot. Looking for Ray's hand, of course. I bet the Bad Batch kidnap Cody and take the chip out of him, and then he goes on his own adventures and gets a spinoff. Maybe. It's possible. A Cody spinoff would not surprise me. See Drunk 3PO's Dave Filoni figure from Mando. I didn't see his video, but I am aware of the action figure. Too funny. Hail D. Carre. Hail. Greetings, Adaptive. I haven't seen you in YouNow, dude. Where you been? Hello there. Ooh, the bot is running. I know you guys want to know, so. Damn, the chat jumped. You guys are talking. What's good? What's good? Trying to find answers for people who, even though they didn't ask a question. Yes, that is true, James. It's very true. Hello, hello. Yes, please do. You will subscribe. Just like Eddie Murphy used to sing, it's Ahsoka all the time, Ahsoka all the time, Ahsoka all the time. Oh, that was good. I like that. I like that. When they do ask questions, he just makes an all new show to get them to forget about it. Yes. I just seen the Dave Filoni Black Series toy. I hate to be friends with anyone that pays money for that. Yeah. He has one line of dialogue. Let's count all the cameos. Sticking with the basics. There you go. Get the feeling most of the new announced shows will be throwaways with 1-2 seasons. Bad Batch will not be getting a season 2, most likely. Yeah, I would be surprised if it did. Yeah, it's all Star Wars right now is throwaway stuff. So I just got the Star Wars Archives prequel book today. Haven't had time to tear the plastic off it yet. Wow, nice. Well, you had to get the big one because there's no small one. I wanted the small one, but he's not making it. So at least he said he's not planning on it. So, but yeah, that one should be awesome as well. Make with the like button. Indeed. Greetings, Adaptive. Good to see you, buddy. It appears they are trying to put out a bow on the Clone Wars Rebels with the Bad Batch. Yeah. Greetings. Everyone ready for the door-to-door Are You Vaxxed from Biting Goons? Yes. Coming soon to a home near you. I will show you them my yellow vaccine passport. Just because someone knocks on your door doesn't mean you have to go answer it. Correct. Can you smell what the rock is cooking? Yes. I still want Stream Elements and Nightbot to start fighting each other. Could happen. Arkansas, Fennec, Cut, Fortuna, Rex, Cat, Conway, Hera, Chopper, Syndulla, Tar. I think there's more you're forgetting. I would have to think about it, but I think there's one or two you're forgetting. I think there. Did you say CAD? Did you say Rex? I think you did. Rex, CAD. I swear they're the reason why people watch them. Did you get... Oh, I know someone you definitely forgot. The Rancor. Moochie. I swear they're the reason why people watch them. That is why. The only series I want to see is Kenobi so that they can fanboy all they want with these other distractions. Yeah, well, don't get too excited for Kenobi. I'm pretty sure there's more, but I forget a lot of Filoni characters exist sometimes. That damn whiteboard. Ooh, diverse dinosaurs. Correct. At least season 1 of Mandalorian didn't do cameos or resisted doing special appearances for one season. Feels like an achievement. But it did, though, if you really think about it. Fennec was there. Boba was there. And it was tons of member berries. All the little things, like the eye door thing. Like at Jabba's palace. Then we get season 2. Yes. Did you guys know?
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Just in case you didn't know that.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
It's a journey, y'all. Video Man. Bow to Video Man. Cobb Vanth. Bo-Katan, Ahsoka, Boba, Luke, Bib, R2. Yeah. You're probably missing one or two from there, too. IG-11, I mean, he's IG-88, so he might as well be the cameo. There was a few. Blurgs technically made a cameo. I mean, they were part of the show, but had 12, the idiot Martez sisters. There you go. Yeah, instead of cameos in season 1 of The Mandalorian, they relied mainly on member berries. Yeah. Most likely we'll see them in the Ahsoka verse. Ahsoka all the time. Ahsoka all the time. Is it Shark Week again? Can we throw Dildoni to the Sharks? In 3 years, the Bad Batch is going to be very dated. Yeah. Every Disney Star Wars story becomes dated. Yep. I also just found Monsters Inc. show is now on Disney Plus. Billy Crystal and John Goodman. I don't know. Kind of like the Clone Wars opening big blooming voice over like Starship Troopers does. Use the Force. Let go. Disney, there's no outside Star Wars material and no one knew who Marvel was until we bought it. Yes. Thank God for Disney. We'd be lost. Piss off Bob Chapstick. Original trilogy and prequel trilogy are still fun to go back to. Always. Freddie Prinze is a fucking retards. Correct. Wait, Boba was in season 1. I take back what I said. Yeah, technically, right? You see his boots anyways. But there's a few sprinkled in there. Like, I have to think about it, but there's a few. Plus, Mandalorian's weird because it's like it's not really creating new characters for itself. So then, like you say, the Armorer, you can't look at her as just a normal character, a Mandalorian character. You have to assume that they're going to try to connect her somehow in the past, so she has some sort of story. And all the characters on Mandalorian are that way. You understand? Because it's in such a weird little time slot in the timeline that it's like everything has to connect anyways. Plus, that's what they're doing. They're not keeping it really isolated as to, you know, the Armorer is in this time. She has to be somebody from the past. So what I'm getting at is all the characters of Mandalorian technically are cameos. I know they're new to us, right? Because they're new to Mandalorian, but they're not the beginning of any story. They're just kind of there. So in a weird way, they're all like cameos because they're technically not new characters, a new era, it's just sandwiched in there. Lol. I don't know which part, but laughing out loud. Season 1 was Fennec's first appearance, though she doesn't really count. Why doesn't she count? She shot the shit out of Mando. Didn't hurt him, but shot him. Right? She killed Homeboy. So, or she didn't kill him, but she like outdid him, tricked him, whatever. Right? And then Mando came. Later, Mando kills him at the ship when he has little baby Yoda. Still, I only recognize the OT and PT. Yes. Why doesn't Rebels look like Clone Wars or Bad Batch? Because they were trying to do some other shit. Scooby-Doo should be taught in schools. Yes. Imagine people never seeing the Clone Wars or Rebels but have seen Mando. They wouldn't know why Bo-Katan and Ahsoka were there. Correct. It's Ahsoka all the time. Yes, it is. Get used to her because that's what you're going to see. That's Star Wars now, Ahsoka. Oh, man. All Ahsoka all the time. All right, so then. I guess we can look at the first article. I don't have a whole lot tonight, but we can look at a couple things here. Links are in the description, as always. Patti Jenkins thinks streaming's day and date strategy won't last. The pandemic led to a seismic shift in the motion picture business, but the filmmaker isn't so sure it's permanent. Are studios really going to give up billion-dollar movies just to support their streaming service? This was July 3rd. Wonder Woman 3. Oh boy. The pandemic led to seismic shift in the motion picture business, but contrary to the opinions of industry analysts and studio chiefs everywhere, filmmaker Patti Jenkins isn't so sure the day and date strategy will stick. I don't think it's going to last, the director told THR during a June 24 jaunt through the revamped Warner Brothers studio tour Hollywood. Host of a new exhibit featuring Jenkins's Wonder Woman 1984, which debuted simultaneously in theaters and on HBO Max. Streaming is great, but everybody's chasing it for financial reasons, and I don't think the financial support is there to hold up the industry the way that it is, she said. It's one thing if it was only Netflix, but now every company has streaming. People are not going to subscribe to that many. Are studios really going to give up billion-dollar movies just to support their streaming service? Financially, I don't think it makes sense. I see theatrical coming back, and both should exist and will exist. People like to go to the movies. It's not because they couldn't see a movie at home. We've always been able to watch movies at home. It's nothing new. I think I think it's totally coming back. Okay, I don't argue that. The theater experience is awesome. I know that a lot of people love the theaters. But I personally, this is just me, I don't think that theaters are going to come back like they were. I think there's going to be a lot less theaters. And sure, they'll make some money. Sure, they'll have people going, but it's not. After almost 2 years of people realizing I don't need to go to the theater. I mean, imagine if you had Netflix, HBO Max, Disney Plus, and maybe one other. Total, that's about $50. So you figure $50 a month, and you have pretty much everything. I mean, you can also find pretty much everything for free if you look. So, I don't know. I don't think theaters are going to come back the way they were. Of course, there will always be demand. You know, it's awesome to go see at least certain movies in the big screen, but that's just me. I think streaming services can make plenty of money. You know, 200 million plus subscribers on Netflix. I don't know how much it is, but I think it's about $10. Am I wrong? It's a lot of money. Jenkins attended the Warner Brothers studio tour Hollywood to help hype the revamped experience, which reopened to the public on June 26. Among the new features, a storytelling showcase that details the evolution of Warner Brothers over its nearly 100-year history. Action and Magic Made Here, a grand finale experience featuring the DC Universe, Harry Potter, Fantastic Beasts franchise, Harry Potter and Fantastic Beasts franchises, and an expansive Warner Brothers studio store with new items and memorabilia. Nearby, a Friends experience that features an updated Central Perk and Friends boutique. Friends, like I guess the show Friends. Jenkins had a heavy hand in selecting the items on display from the Wonder Woman franchise, including the props and original costume worn by Gal Gadot. Gadot. Chris Pine and Kristen Wiig. The Hollywood Reporter caught up with Jenkins on how she's adapting to the Star Wars universe, the rest of her 2020 schedule, and what it was like to see all the Wonder Woman memorabilia on display, especially those gold wings. Now that you have some distance from the release of Wonder Woman 1984, anything you would have done differently? I don't know. What I would have done differently, because I feel that at the end of the day, it was a compromise decision based on a series of compromise options. There wasn't a good option. Unlike a lot of movies coming out now, we had been sitting on a finished movie for a while. From there, we watched as every movie was cascading back. What we were faced with was a pile of releases. The theaters literally asked us to do it. They said, we're going to shut our doors if nobody comes in. So what are you going to do? I'm filled with sadness that it didn't get a real theatrical run. I hope one day it does. It completely changes how people see it. But what are you going to do? It happened. So many people had terrible things happen during the pandemic, and we were one of the losses. Okay. A lot of people saw this movie regardless, and it just wasn't a good movie. So putting it for a run in the theaters isn't going to do anything, Patty. You need to realize that movie sucked. You had one of the best announcements of the pandemic. In my opinion, when you suited up and revealed that you were directing Star Wars Rogue Squadron. How is development going? It's going amazing. I had been on it already for 6 months before I even announced that. So we're pretty deep into it. Okay, now watch this, because I skimmed this earlier. We're finishing the script, crewing up, and it's all going wonderful. I'm so excited about the story and excited that we're the next chapter of Star Wars, which is such a responsibility and such an opportunity to really start new things. It's really exciting in that way. Okay, first of all, it's going amazing. I had been on it already for 6 months before I even announced that. So we're pretty deep into it. And then her very next sentence is, oh, we're just finishing a script and getting a crew, and it's all going wonderful. How are you deep into it when you don't even have a finished script? You're not even in pre-production. What the hell? Excited about the story and excited that we're the next chapter of Star Wars, which is such a responsibility and such an opportunity to really start some new things. It's really exciting in that way. Okay, so you see how she said we're the next chapter in Star Wars. It's always good for things to grow and expand, and hopefully better things happen in the future, but in the wrong hands, the next chapter of Star Wars means a new version of Star Wars, not the next era. Continuing on what was built. To Mickey Mouse, that means their version of Star Wars. What is the consulting process like with the Star Wars Brain Trust? There's plenty of it. It's an entirely different way of working. I'm on the phone with all of them and doing Zoom meetings with everybody involved in Star Wars all the time. I'm fairly free to do the story that we want to do, but you really need to know who's done what and who's doing what, where it goes and how it works, and what designs have been done before. It's a whole other way of working that I'm getting up to speed on. Okay. Disney Lucasfilm doesn't know who's done what, who's doing what, where they go, how it works. They are totally clueless to any of this. So I don't know what you guys are talking about on the phone, because you all make it up as you go along. So what? It's so funny. We're sitting here at the Warner Brothers studio tour space. I saw you were able to walk around a bit and see the Wonder Woman installation and all the other films featured here. How did it feel to see how did it feel for you to see your work on display here? This has nothing to do with Star Wars, so I'm just going to skip that. Full exhibit, blah, 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 blah. Version, prefer what you're doing today. Let's see. Those are the kinds of details they might not teach you in film school. If you could go back and tell the version of yourself something to prepare for what you're doing today, what would you say? It's so funny. I was talking about this. I had a book called The Movies when I was a kid, and it was published in the 50s. I was so obsessed with this book. I looked at the pictures over and over again, and I knew all the silent film stars. I was so interested in illusions and how filmmakers would accomplish certain things visually, never thinking that I was going to be a filmmaker. I crossed over to filmmaking from painting in a fine arts school. I never thought of being a Hollywood director at all. I was obviously very interested in it, but I got here in a sort of accidental way by following one step to the next. Next thing I know, I've entered the book I had looked at so many times as a kid. That's wild. I'm a Hollywood director now. That's so crazy. That is crazy. That you're a Hollywood director. That's what's crazy. These films here. Relief, come back another day. Surreal. Blah 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 blah. All right, and that's just some. That was it. I mean, there's nothing there. I thought maybe there was more, but. All right, so a little bit sus the way she's talking. Now there was another article here. There was kind of a follow-up to that. I don't know if there's anything there, but we'll peek at it. I think it was on the same day. Talks collaborating with Lucasfilm, finishing up a script and already putting together a crew, whole other way of working. On the project, it's going amazing. Okay, yeah, we just read this. All right, so that was it really as far as Patti. There's not really much. All right. Let's see where you guys are at. Boba wearing his Mandalorian boots in season 1 when he lost the armor in season 2. Yeah, I would have to check his boots in season 2. That's a good point, James. I would have to compare them. It's a good point there, buddy. We learned life lessons when the Harlem Globetrotters met up with Scooby-Doo. Whisper to James, who is Patti Jenkins? Cobb Vanth. Do you know? You don't know who Patti Jenkins is? She did the Wonder Woman movies. Cobb Vanth bought it off of Jawas right after Death Star 2 blew up, 5 years before the show. Yeah, in Mandalorian, yes. I was like trying to think of like what happens in the movies, and yes, in Mandalorian, that's what happens. Patti Jenkins made both Wonder Woman, yes. Yes. After Wonder Woman 1918, people seemed to like her and hoped Rogue Squadron would be good. Then Wonder Woman 1984 came out, and people now know that Rogue Squadron is going to suck. There's a good chance of it. We'll see what happens. I will have to depend on ESPN Plus for both NHL and F1. Hate it. Disney buy Mulan for $30, and if they drop Disney Plus, they lose the $30. Yep. I'm calling the first movie WW18 now because WW84 exists. I like it to be consistent. You got it. Use the Force. Patti talks about making sense. Too bad her script for Wonder Woman 84 didn't make sense or a profit. Correct on both counts. Guilty as charged. First movie is supposed to be set during World War One. Netflix is about 15. Okay. Still, if you get like 3-4 of these services, you're looking at $50 a month, which is cheaper than freaking cable anyways. Cable's like $2,000 a month now. It's ridiculous. Then you get pretty much everything. Weird thing, and it's not even like you have to wait like you had to with HBO, right? Back in the day, you'd have to wait like months for that movie to finally come to HBO or to Cinemax or something. Now it's like something comes out, you can have it the day it comes out or within a month or something, Weird thing is that the villain Ares said she wants world peace and war would be abolished, but Ares is the god of war. He thrives off of war. Why does he want no more war? He's just Captain America, the first Avenger. Sorry, Patti, you need to realize that movie sucked. Yeah. It wasn't good. The first one was cool, but that 84 thing was nutso. Sounded agitated, so it's a Ahsoka all the time. I need to get somebody to sing that. Woohoo! Didn't suck. You just Don't understand the subtle complexity of the ambitious cinematic masterpiece. You bigot? Yes. I just adore that Star Wars articles are never about Star Wars these days. They're about Marvel, Disney, equality. The last thing just the reporter ever seems to think of is Star Wars. Indeed. But James, Feige is a god. Yes. yes. Yeah, interviews about Star Wars end up mainly being about the person being interviewed, inclusion, diversity, representation. Someone wake up Eli Roth. What is he doing? He can't do any worse with Star Wars. For some reason now, I feel the need to call the first Blade Runner movie Blade Runner 2019. Why 2019? Sequel 2049. I mean, yeah, 2019 because that's what it's portraying, but I don't know. I think to people like me, Blade Runner is whatever was 82 or whatever. Not that in the movie it was supposed to be 82, but I just looked at it that way. Can't wait for Blade Runner 2079 to be released in 2052. When the first movie, yeah, I know it's when it's portraying. I just seeing it when it first came out, I feel like I always have, and other people refer to it as, you know, when it came out, as opposed to when it was portraying. Which I'm curious, was it 82? 82. You know, like if you would have asked me 10 years ago, which Blade Runner do you like? I would say Blade Runner 82 or the original. I wouldn't say Blade Runner 2019. Not that that doesn't make sense. It just, that's not how I would refer to it. Dave Filoni is like Milli Vanilli. He makes his shows look like Star Wars, but they aren't. Yes, true. They're just lip syncing. Filoni is just lip syncing. 82 said in 2019. 82. Yeah. Indeed. Great movie. Speaking of great movies, let's take a look at what Decent. I got a little gift box here. Family Guy, Blue Harvest. Nice. Baby Jen. One of my all-time absolute favorites. It's a good thing Bob Chapek, you know, what would we do without Disney? Because, you know, I mean, if it wasn't for Mickey Mouse, people just wouldn't know anything about Marvel or comic books or superheroes or Star Wars. Another one of my absolute favorites. And then Blade 2 and 3. Which I like these two. But to me, like the original is pretty awesome. But all good stuff. I mean, damn, if it wasn't for Mickey Mouse, I freaking love this movie. I love how his suit looks. I think I always forget his name, but the guy that plays him, he's a really cool, really good actor for at least these types of movies. I can't remember his name right now, and I can't. It's so light font. The font is so light, I can't read it. He did a movie called Blood and Bone, which is a little more graphic because it's fighting and you see like broken limbs and stuff like that. But it's pretty badass. If you like the dude from Spawn, check out Blood and Bone. If you like fighting movies and that type of thing. Anyways, thanks again, D. Those are awesome. Love them. And man, it's a sure good thing that Disney saved Marvel for us. Hey Lois, remember the one time I did the Kessel run in 12 parsecs? Dave Pensac gives the coolest gifts. Yeah, absolutely. My little DVD collection is growing here. I'm like starting to get a little stack going here. I used to have a lot of this stuff, Blu-ray or like the original DVD, and so it's nice to see a lot of it again. Thank you, Christian Ray, for inviting. This is streaming over from YouTube, but I do see the chat over there. So, oh, by the way, this is on YouNow also. If anybody wants to support over there, I appreciate it. One can never have too many good movies. Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Yeah, Jaya White. Yeah, I like him. I think he's pretty awesome. He's not like, you know, an A-grade top actor, but he does a fine job. And he's especially good for those types of action things. I bet if the MCU never existed, we would never known who Spider-Man was. Correct. I mean, I only read his comic books and had Spidey toys and Spidey underoos. And Patty says she's been on Rogue Squadron for 6 months, but as of June 25th, Matthew Robinson was named writer of Rogue Squadron. Correct. Yep. And she's like, we're deep into it, but yet you don't even have a script. So how can you be deep into it? You're not into anything. You're trying to figure out the damn story. Ay. That comes out in 23. We're already halfway through 21. Man, this first half of 21 just like blinked by for me. I don't know about you guys, but holy smokies. I bet the MCU was originally going to be a lot darker than Disney bought it, and a lot of their movies feel generic. Yeah, well, Disney magic. All right. Again, not much, but it was a little Twitter thing. Maybe they recycled the story group's whiteboard, possibly. Iron Man and the Incredible Hulk came out in 2008, just a year before Disney bought them, and they act like they made Iron Man famous. Yeah. I loved reading Spidey in the newspaper funnies as well. Oh, yeah. Back when I read newspapers, correct. I used to read Spidey there as well. Absolutely. All right. So, this happened just a few days ago. What was it? Or yesterday, the 8th. The Star Wars Visions is coming. Hey, Roberto, thank you. I see you over there. Thanks for supporting over there, man. So the Visions is coming out. For anybody that doesn't know what Visions is, back in like December or whatever, when Disney made a big announcement of the new stuff coming out, Visions was one of them. Visions is basically a series of anime style short stories, Star Wars stories, by a bunch of different Japanese artists. Recently they did like a trailer of it. It looks really cool, and it's not canon. It's just something that's kind of on the side, like an anime style project, which I'm fine with. But there's all this conversation going back and forth about, is it canon, is it not? Why is it not canon? And like all this stuff. I think it's fine if you do side Star Wars stories. I have no problem with that. But it always goes back to, Lucasfilm in 2014. I believe it was April 25th, 2014, when they said, my favorite thing in the world, when they said, well, we're going to deprecate everything because we want everything to line up and be canon. Okay, so if you're going to do that and deprecate all the original shit that everybody loved and knew, and supported, then why are you going to be creating stuff in the future that is not canon? They've done this 1,000 times already, so it's not anything new, but it just always goes back to that same principle. Regardless of the old stuff, any company should want to be consistent with their product. Disney Lucasfilm just is completely all over the place, but yet they insisted that they put stuff aside because they wanted consistency. Again, if you want to make some sort of side project that's not canon and let people know that it's not canon, okay, I mean, it's not the end of the world. But why did you do all of this mess if you're just going to be making shit inconsistent anyways? All right. This novel is unlike any Star Wars novel to come before it. Can't wait for everyone to check it out. Go watch some old Jidageki, I don't know how to pronounce that, films to prepare. And I'm not sure who that is. I do love anime, but I'm no expert in it. I don't know a bunch of names. Anyways. So there's this whole promo for Visions, and it does look cool. So some questions started popping up. The first one's here from Loremaster. Are there any plans to reintroduce the Infinities label or one like it for future stories that won't be canon, so that casual fans watching and reading them won't be confused, as well as to eliminate arguments among fans over what's canon or not? Lol. His reply, this is Matt Martin of the Disney Lucasfilm Story Group, the guy that said, it's all fake anyways. Canon, it's all fake anyways. Okay, I've talked about him in the past. Casual fans don't generally give much thought to canon. Okay. Now that's true. Casual fans just like, oh, look, lightsabers. They're not necessarily paying attention to canon. But regardless of how hardcore you are, thanks, this guy says, hardcore you are, you want a story to have consistency, to make sense. You want to be able to watch from one movie to the next and the story to go along. If you've never seen Star Wars before, you watch the first Disney Star Wars movie, there's Snoke, there's this emotional bad kid who's acting all crazy. They fly around, they don't really do a whole lot, now do they? At the very end of the movie, there's this old guy standing there on a hill. Second film, he's on the hill, he gets a sword, he tosses it. Okay. He's some old grumpy guy that doesn't want to train this girl. All right. So then she leaves. All right, third film. They go all over the place and do 85 side missions. So if you watch the sequel trilogy, there's no consistency. Forget about canon. Canon's like when you're on your shit. Talk about just like a consistent story. The sequel trilogy is all over the place. They kill the main bad guy in the second movie, and then what? Now there's some other guy in the third movie. It's so while you might not be concerned with canon, you want to watch some movies that, if they're three isolated stories, like Kong on Skull Island, Kong on Monkey Island, and Kong in the Amazon jungle, just three separate stories, fine. But when you're doing a trilogy that's supposed to be a story, you don't have to worry about canon. You're, as just a watcher, you want to understand. Bro, why even get into a series if you don't care about the lore or canon? Like, I don't get it. Correct. Why are you going to read books? Why are you going to... you would... especially books, how they come in like series. You would want those series because the story continues through the whole series of books. Not because it's like every book is a totally different story. I mean, yeah, sure, it could be. It's not that it can't be, but for the most part, you get into a series to follow and grow with these characters. Some people just appreciate the surface level storytelling. Getting deep into lore is a big commitment. I'm a casual fan of the DCEU or Star Trek or Doctor Who, and I don't particularly care about their deeper lore. I just watch it, enjoy it, and move on. Makes sense to me. Okay. You work there. Shouldn't you care about the details and the lore and fans caring? And like, he's literally like, I just work here and, you know, we just make stories. Which is fine if you don't have your hand in the creative direction of a series. You FW fuckwad? I don't know. No need to fuck with lore unless like to. But if you're writing this for a series, then you need to be, lol. It's like writing a historical fiction and not knowing about the time period, pretty much. Are you talking about me specifically? I definitely care about Star Wars lore. Star Wars is my favorite thing. But he was asking about casual fans. I'm far from casual. Okay. But again, if you're far from casual, if you work there, if you have access to all this stuff, if you actually care about it and you know about it, then why would you even suggest that you're a casual fan of Doctor Who? In other words, he doesn't have to be a hardcore fan of Doctor Who, but why are you bringing up that stuff instead of focusing on, yeah, I'm more here at Lucasfilm and I know the lore and it's important to me to be maintaining the lore. Instead, he's like, you know, most people, they just watch it and don't care. So if nobody cares, then what kind of product are you going to make? Well, obviously what we've seen from Disney Lucasfilm. If you really did care about the lore, that would be printed in your work. AMD, earlier you said audiences don't care about canon. Make up your mind, Matt. Which is it? Right. Is tweeting his work now? Maybe if he put the effort into his work and not his tweets, he'd come up with something compelling. You thought you were smart there for a second, huh? I haven't read these, so it's funny. The novel is a non-canon, but there are no new Legends novels coming. Why? Why a non-canon book for Visions, but no non-canon books for the Legends timeline, which, as you know, as a member of the story group, ends very open. I would just like to understand this. Before and after. I won't give up on Jason because he's lost his way. If he's fallen under Lumia influence, or Lumaya, either way, I'm going to bring him back under mine. Let's see what it says here. Canon Luke when his nephew falls to the dark side. Yep. This is Luke. The Jedi doesn't give up. I'm surprised you haven't got the canon question yet. I have. Oh boy, never fails, right? Y'all just need to put out an itemized response list pertaining to this question and pin it to everyone's feed. Not sure. Lucasfilm has a habit of copy and paste, destroyed the original to claim they did it first, or just shit on stories in general. Any and all things Disney Star Wars is dead to me. Only hope was a Mandalorian, but even that had issues due to interfering DLF. Reimagine Star Wars is not Star Wars. Thanks, but I'm not interested. Let me guess, it's a new Disney babysitting Star Wars story again. How about unlike Go Fuck Yourself, Disney? You're writing bad fanfic posing as novel. I'm actually very glad this isn't canon. It's a complete reimagining, and I love that. But something else that intrigues me is whether or not Star Wars creators will be able to pull stuff they like from Visions into canon, just like they did with Legends. Oh boy. Some people seem excited. Stoked. Suggestions. That doesn't look or sound like Star Wars. All right, well, that's about it from old Matt Martin in the story group. Not anything too interesting. But there you go. Canon, whatever. Darker whiteboard. Yes. They made the movies even though it was made just before they bought it. I think I remember hearing this say they made The Simpsons and was always one of their most popular shows when it was made in 1989, and Disney bought it in 2016. Yes. Macaronig hates Disney and always puts jabs at them in the show. Disney made a show that mocks them. It's like Bob Chapstick never watched the show. Oh, I doubt he has. Matt, canon doesn't matter. Martin. Yes, that'd be a good bio, sure. There are two things I put before me: the Bible and Star Wars sequel trilogy. George Lucas, which is it? Charlie Rose, the Star Wars sequel trilogy. I love it when it's revealed that Disney doesn't care. People choose to ignore it and call anyone who tells them about it a liar. Yep. Spider-Man cartoons, Raimi's movies, comics, love that stuff. I love seeing the story group get roasted, but I wouldn't defile myself to go on Twitter to see it. Thanks, Not My Star Wars, for selling your stuff for us. Yes, that's what I do. Yeah, you know, canon, whatever. They are something else, man. They just don't give a damn. Well, that's all the news I have. So I don't know what to do. Should I do a short stream? Let's fade in, full fade in. No one had an issue with the Lego Holiday Special not being canon, but don't like that Visions isn't. Right. Well, if anyone remembers, I said I made a video about how it retcons well, basically Star Wars in general, but the OT for sure.
Fade in.
And a bunch of people gave me shit. It's Lego. It's not canon anyways. Who cares? Okay, don't care. Visions. Why? What? Why isn't it canon? Yep. I'm going to read the foreword from the Star Wars archives. It's by George Lucas. There. There's a ton of shit in this book. So, but I figure here and there I'll read a couple pages or something. Anyways, while we've all have seen a picture very similar to this, you probably haven't seen that exact one because this has all kinds of rare images in it. But I haven't read the forward, so let me put on my reading eyes. And let's see what old George has to say. And I'll read one or two pages. It's a lot. So, but I'll read a little bit. We'll have story time. When I was this is George Lucas. When I was 18, I was in an automobile accident and I went through a near-death experience. I was actually taken away from the scene, presumed dead, and it wasn't until I reached the hospital that the doctors revived my heartbeat and brought me back to life. This is the kind of experience that molds people's beliefs, but I have found that most of my conclusions have evolved from the observing life since that time. If I've come to know anything, it's that these situations are as unknowable for us as they would be for a tree or for an ant. Okay. Let me see something. All right, that's a little better. Scholars have studied myth and religion for many years and have connected all of the theories spawned over the ages about life and consciousness, and who have taken away the superficial trappings. Have come up with the same sensibility. They call it different things. They try to personify it and deal with it in different ways. But everybody seems to dress down the fact that life cannot be explained. The only reason for life is life. There is no why. We are. Life is beyond reason. One might think of life as a large organism, and we are all but a small symbiotic part of it. It is possible that on a spiritual level we are all connected in a way that continues beyond the comings and goings of various life forms. My best guess is that we share a collective spirit or a life force or consciousness that encompasses and grows beyond individual life forms. There's a part of us that connects to other humans, connects to other animals, connects to plants, connects to the planet, connects to the universe. I don't think that we can understand it through I don't think we can understand it through any kind of verbose, written, or intellectual means. But I do believe that we all know this, even if it on a level beyond our normal consciousness, even if it is on a level beyond our normal conscious thoughts. If we have a meaningful place in this process, it is to try to fit into a healthy, symbiotic relationship with other life forms. Everybody ultimately is trying to reach a harmony with other parts of the life force. And in trying to figure out what life is all about, we ultimately come down to expressions of compassion and love, helping the rest of the life force, caring about others without any conditions or expectations, without expecting to get anything in return. This is expressed in every religion by every prophet. Caption: Star Wars 1977, Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill, Princess Leia, Carrie Fisher, Chewbacca, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so this image that I showed you is Star Wars 1977, George Lucas and Mark Hamill on location in Tunisia. The others, let me see what else was here. Well, you've probably seen something similar, but the old kind of, that was a promotional, or at least a version of it back in the days. And then this, probably most of you know. Okay, so I'll read. There's like just two. There's it's 4 pages, but like 1 page flip, right? So 2 sections with some stuff on the bottom. So I'll read that stuff, and then there's the next page, and then we'll read some more another time. Synopsis: 19 years after the formation of the Empire, Luke Skywalker is thrust into the struggle of the Rebel Alliance when he meets Obi-Wan Kenobi, who has lived for years in seclusion on the desert planet of Tatooine. Obi-Wan begins Luke's Jedi training as Luke joins him on a daring mission to rescue the beautiful rebel leader Princess Leia from the clutches of the evil Empire. Although Obi-Wan sacrifices himself in a lightsaber duel with Darth Vader, his former apprentice, Luke proves that the Force is with him by destroying the Empire's dreaded Death Star. Okay, here's something interesting. When he meets Obi-Wan Kenobi, who has lived for years in seclusion on the desert planet of Tatooine. So once again, the original story is that Obi-Wan takes Luke and camps his happy ass in the sand. He's not flying around the galaxy. He's not fighting Darth Vader. He's not doing any of that bullshit. Okay? Right there is in the synopsis. Now, I'm not sure, but I'm assuming that this is a like a junket, a promotional junket for in 1977. I don't see here specifically. Well, here it might say. 4 months after the film's December 1977 UK release, Tom Chantrell's poster artwork was refreshed with news of 7 Academy Award wins and the phrase for which Star Wars is most remembered: "May the Force be with you." So here's that poster. See the 7 Academy Awards, visual effects, original score. Okay. There's not a specific date of this info on this lower page here, but as it's all referring to the 1977 release of Star Wars, and this poster is here, I'm going to assume that this is, again, like a junket from 77. So the original synopsis is what I'm getting at. This was probably from 77. Release date, May 25th, 1977, U.S. Running time, 121 minutes. Cast, Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill, Han Solo, Leia, Tarkin, Kenobi, 3PO, R2, Chewbacca, Vader, Chief Jawa, Jack Purvis, General Williard, look at that, Eddie Byrne, Darth Vader voice, James Earl Jones. Crew, George Lucas, director. Screenplay, George Lucas. Gary Kurtz, producer. Executive producer, George Lucas. Production designer, John Barry. Music, John Williams. Director of photography, Gilbert Taylor. Special photographic effects supervisor, John Dykstra. Special production and mechanical effects supervisor, John Steers. Film editors, Paul Hirsch, Marshall Lucas, Richard Chu. Production supervisor, Robert Watts. Production illustration, Ralph McQuarrie. Costume design, John Mallow. Art directors, Norman Reynolds, Leslye Dilley. Makeup supervisor, Stuart Freeborn. Okay, so I'm assuming that's all from 77. All right, and then here there's another little fold out here. Not fold out, but like 2-page. We all know what a horrible mess we have made of the world. We all know how wrong we were in Vietnam. We also know, as every movie made in the last 10 years points out, how terrible we are, how we ruin the world, and what schmucks we are, and how rotten everything is. What we really need is something more positive. George Lucas. X-Wings attack, the Imperial battle cruisers, Colin Cantrell. George very much influenced me in his dialogue about what the film should be doing at the time, what the emotional aspect was. It was a fun session because George would say, "I want an Imperial battle cruiser." How big is it? It's really big. It's bigger than Burbank. That's the way we established the different roles the ships and vehicles had in the movie. I did design sketches based on what George said, and then I would build prototype models so that they would inspire people for actual production. Okay, so I don't know how well you're going to see it, but here's an X-wing, and then you can see the big triangle. I'm like upside down and backwards here, so but you see this big black triangle here. I guess that's the cruiser. It's a pretty cool picture. I know the light is reflecting and it's hard to see, but it's pretty awesome. There's a opening pages of the first draft of the script, and the very first there's like a cover sheet that says Star Wars by George Lucas, thus Star Wars by George Lucas, July 1974. First draft. But it's funny because the first line of the first draft says "fade in." I couldn't make it up if I tried, guys. Fade in. Too funny. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to read this starts getting into like the art design and how they started kind of developing it. But I'm going to read there's an interview here, The Two Sides by Paul Duncan and FX Feeney. I'm going to read it, a little bit of it, the beginning of it. Fade in. George Lucas, I was always curious about why things are the way they are. One of the first questions that I asked my mother, I was maybe 5 or 6. I said, Mom, if there's only one God, how come there's so many different religions? And which one is true? And are they all true? That's a question that stuck with me because she couldn't answer it. It wasn't really until I got into Modesto Junior College and I studied anthropology that I studied all the other religions. We had a class in mythology, and that's where I connected with Joseph Campbell, author of The Hero with a Thousand Faces, who basically treated them as all mythology. I realized that everybody's got a different story. Some claim to have talked to God, some claim to be related to God, but in the end, it's just people telling stories. They're myths, and the thing that I came away with very strongly was that instead of having a set of laws like Hammurabi's steel and with all the thou shalt nots on it, our rules for living come down as a story, which is much easier to absorb. Those stories teach young people who are about to become adults that this is what our society expects of you. For you to be part of the society, you have to also believe all these things. You have to know how we got to be where we are, what is of value to us. The more I studied, it became very obvious to me that one of the most important issues humans have to deal with is that a group that cooperates are much stronger than they are when cannibalizing themselves. That allowing personal greed, cannibalizing themselves, that allowing personal greed to overrun a situation is a serious negative. That hating other people is a terrible waste of emotional energy, and that caring about people, trying to help other people, and to move the world forward in a more compassionate manner is the best way. No matter where I looked and no matter what I did, the message seemed to come through very clearly. And most of the films involve these kinds of themes. Ultimately, they're the most important part of life. The center of civilization is myth, story, religion. 12 years old, who are becoming adults, are trying to figure out 12-year-olds who are becoming adults are trying to figure out their place in the world as an adult. So that's why Star Wars was made for 12-year-olds. It was very consciously, that's the audience, I'm going to make it for them. Not complex, intellectual ideas, but very simple ideas of what creates a civilization and a civil society so they could function in this world. All right, so there you have officially from George Lucas. No, Star Wars isn't for fucking kids, but like I've said it many times as well, it's for that coming of age period. And he says it right here. I'll read it again. The center of civilization is myth, story, religion. 12-year-olds who are becoming adults are trying to figure out their place in the world as an adult. So that's why Star Wars was made for 12-year-olds. It was very consciously, that's the audience, I'm going to make it for them. Not complex intellectual ideas, but very simple ideas of what creates a civilization and a civil society so they could function in this world. An extra day. George Walter Lucas Jr. was born on May 14, 1944, in Modesto, California, to Dorothy Bonberger Lucas and George Walton Lucas Sr., co-owner of a stationery supply store. In 1956, Lucas's family moved to a walnut ranch to the north of Modesto. George Lucas: I wanted to be a race driver in the worst way, and I would drive in autocrosses and short races, hoping for the day when I could race in big cars. Lucas won autocross trophies across the state and edited the newsletter of the local Ukari AWOL Sports Car Competition Club, which also featured his drawings. He spent every night cruising the main street of Modesto. George Lucas: I had my own life once. I had my car. Along with the sense of power and freedom came the competitiveness to see who was the fastest, who was the craziest, and who was the bravest. That was my period when I hung out with the real bad elements. Lucas was an unofficial mascot of the Pharos Car Club. On June 12, 1962, just before graduating high school, Lucas took a left turn onto the dirt road to his family's ranch when he was hit by another car. Lucas's Fiat Bianchina flipped several times. Lucas was thrown out after his seatbelt snapped, and the car hit a walnut tree with such force that the tree was displaced by a couple of feet. The next day, Lucas woke up in the hospital. Wow. Real quick, the first drawing of the roll-up that opens the film, drawn by Alex Tarolaris. So here is scene 1, frame 1, fade in. A vast sea of stars. Roll titles. Button to top. Converge at MF. It looks like. Just a second. Where was... Oh, that's the next one, isn't it? Okay. So I'll show you this real quick, and then I'll finish that. Which a lot of you have probably seen. It's like the hand-drawn original Star Wars logo. Keep in mind, a lot of these images you've either seen in a different type of medium or something very similar, like a different frame of the same shot. So it might look very familiar, but the big point of this book is that all of these pictures and stuff are stuff that you have not seen. So while you may have seen something very similar and recognize it, it's not necessarily the same exact frame or shot because it's supposed to be all different. Anyways, man, it moved the tree a few feet. Imagine that. George Lucas: no bones were broken, but my lungs were crushed. The fact that I was still alive was a miracle. I was in an accident that, in theory, no one could survive. So it was like, well, I'm here, and every day now is an extra day. I've been given an extra day, so I've got to make the most of it. And then the next day, I began with 2 extra days. You can't help but get into a mindset like that. Every single day is a gift. I wanted to make the most of it, like almost starting a new life. Lucas spent 3 weeks in bed recuperating from his injuries. It's actually not that long when you think about it. The Star Wars by George Lucas. First draft, July 1974. Opening pages of the first draft script show the value of education and the tragedy of a family in extreme peril were key themes from the very beginning. All right, here, I'll read you the first page of the first draft from 1974. Fade in. Fade in. Hey, let's make it official.
Fade in.
1. Space. A sea of stars is broken by the vast blue surface of the planet Ogana. 5 small moons slowly drift into view from the far side of the planet. The main titles are followed by a roll-up. Until the recent Great Rebellion, the Dai Nogas, D-A-I space N-O-G-A-S, the Dai Nogas, which is where the word Dianoga, right, comes from, gets adapted later, were the most feared warriors in the universe. For 100,000 years, generations of Dai perfected their art as the personal bodyguards of the king. They were the chief architects of the invincible Royal Space Force, which expanded the king's power across the galaxy from the celestial equator to the farthest stars. Now these legendary warriors are all but extinct. One by one, they have been hunted down and destroyed as enemies of the new galactic kingdom by a ferocious and sinister rival warrior sect, the Legions of Letal. A small silver spacecraft emerges from behind one of the Ogana moons. Organa, I guess, came from that. The deadly little fighter craft speeds past several of the moons until it finally goes into orbit around the 4th moon. Valley of Colored Lakes, 4th moon, Ogana. O-G-A-N-A. A harsh gale blows across the black-gray surface of the 4th moon. The blood-red sky presses down on a lone figure. Justin Valor, a tall, heavy-set boy of 16, he slowly makes his way across a weird plain covered with huge, sprawling lakes. The water in some of the lakes is bright red, while in others it is a vivid green. The oddly colored lakes create an ominous landscape against the eerie red sky. The heavy winds whip at the young boy and make the going extremely difficult. His face is covered by a breath mask and goggles. He stops for a second to adjust the shoulder strap on his chrome multiple laser rifle. Something in the sky catches his eye, and he instinctively grabs a pair of electro binoculars from his belt. He stands transfixed for a few moments. All right, and this just goes on and on and on. There's a ton of George Lucas stuff in here. Like quote after quote from George. Ralph McQuarrie. Some more Lucas. More Lucas. So we could read this for several streams. Okay, there's like a half the page is finishing up what I was reading, and then it goes to the next main chapter, or I don't know if chapter, but section, Look at Life. So I'll read this last little section, and then I'll leave Look at Life for the next time we read. Maybe every week I'll read a little piece of it. So if you guys remember, Look at Life is where we're going to continue next time. But I'll read this last section. There's some stuff here. George Lucas, I had a time to think. I realized that I've been living my life so close to the edge for so long. The accident made me more aware of myself and my feelings. My parents said, go to school. I practically flunked out of high school. I thought, okay, I will go to school and I'll prove to them that I can do it. Blah, blah. I was lost at the time. Really, I didn't know what I was going into, and I succumbed to the strongest influence around, my parents. So I went to Modesto Junior College as a social science major. I was very much interested in social science and always have been. Also, anthropology, philosophy, sociology. I've always had a very strong interest in these fields. Anthropology was my major in my second year. We did the whole semester on mythology, and I had read Joseph Campbell's True Hero with a Thousand Faces. The Hero with a Thousand Faces. Suddenly, I was being exposed to a lot of things that I actually liked, besides cars, where there was this passion, and I said, I want to know about this. I began to get interested in photography mainly because I'd always been good at painting, drawing, and that sort of thing. I had my own darkroom and became sort of the official photographer for the racing club that I was involved with. It was amateur stuff. The basic look for the pirate ship was a lizard in a stance with a power engine at his back. George wanted to have the turrets and the escape pods and so forth. He had scenes where they go up a ramp and have battles around it. Colin Cantrell, spacecraft design. Okay, it's just some random quote, I guess. All right, so we'll continue next time. From Look at Life, where he graduates from college. And again, this book has like a really nice flap. So, boom. Right there, we will pick up next time. Only like 500 pages to go, guys. There you go. That light is really bright. That's why I don't use it, because it'd be blinding me. Fade in. What are some of your favorite movies besides Star Wars? Well, I just showed you half of them. I'd have to think of some more, but those are like the main ones that I think of right away. The original Batman, Predator, Tron. I always really loved that Spawn, man. That Spawn, I really freaking love that movie. I like Blade a lot too, but that Spawn, as far as the old like comic book movies, I think that Spawn for me is way out there. It's so good. I love the costume. I love his bike. I love all the stuff he does with his armor. I love the clown by John Leguizamo. I mean, he just does a great A. Freaking all the CGI looks good. The devil and all that. The Spawn troopers, and I love that damn movie. Amount of people jizzing their pants over Bad Batch is hilarious. Not one episode is worth rewatching at all. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Not there's not anything interesting to go back and rewatch. The Bad Batch is the best thing since Revenge of the Sith. Yay, Star Wars is saved. They have female members of the clone army. How is this guy saving Star Wars? Who knows? What makes something good, but also why Star Wars was so successful, was because people would go back and watch it over and over again. Everything they make these days, very few people are rewatching. A lot of wisdom from Lucas, yeah. If I were to make a minifigure of you, should it be your YouNow image or just have it be hot? Just have Kenobi be about Kenobi going on a quest through Tatooine to get the new jug of blue milk. That's the style C poster art. Yep. Star Wars Episode 3, 5, a new milk jug. Do you think Bobby will show up? I wonder how he's doing after you two fought. Well, I wouldn't say we fought. Fade in. To be honest, when you showed me the clip of her with braces, I never noticed them. Yeah, but that's Again, that's not the original from the movie. It was just an example that she had something on her teeth. It wasn't, I never said that that was the actual scene from the film. Which, by the way, D, if you're still here, I think you are, do you remember Moonraker? Maybe that's why Bobby thought they weren't there when he watched it, when he first watched it. Maybe if you watch it the first time, you don't really see it. Then when you watch it again, you start to notice. Two books that explain the life of George Lucas. Neither of them mention the car crash. Really? Huh. Yeah, I've known about that for a long time. Always wondered about that car crash that Lucas survived. It's intriguing what went on in his mind and how he became more knowledgeable. Imagine him thinking just like Anakin after the crash. What am I doing just after he barely survived? I have to do better. I have a second chance. The early scripts of Star Wars was a surreal experience to read. It's like a mix of episodes 4, 5, and 6, politics of episode 1, and some of Flash Gordon. There's lots of little things in there. Wasn't Mace Windu originally going to be the main character, and it was going to be Windy? Yes, Mace Windy. He was, if not the main character, one of the main characters. I also heard all lightsabers were originally going to be white. That I don't know about. What you were reading is adapted to a Dark Horse comic, The Star Wars. Highly recommended if you want to see the creative process behind. You get the sense of Lucas matching the pieces together. Plinkett was the chosen one. It was said he destroyed Disney, not Simp, on Force Awakens. RLM's The Force Awakens video was just Plinkett rambling on about the PT again in the first half, and the second half is about how he liked 7. Almost everyone who did like the PT was obsessed with T. Who didn't like the PT was obsessed with TFA. The story you see has a lot of similar concepts like redemption, but on a completely different context and characters. Same ideas, different execution. That's why it's surrealistic to read that. I love anything Ralph McQuarrie. Yeah. Spawn was definitely a freaking awesome movie. I was only 12 and had to wait until I rented it to see it. The Rod's Game. From Image Comics, the same company that made the Walking Dead comics. Yes. I love me some Spawn. Well, I'm probably going to take a break here in just a minute. First, I'm going to take a bite of this cherry pie. Sugar. If you want to do streams, you need sugar, not alcohol. Time was exposed to all the myths and legends that he based Star Wars on. I never knew about him more likely due to my traumatic brain injury. There's interviews where he talks about it. I'm curious, would you guys rather, like, I've thought of putting together a really long video. It might be 5 or 10 hours long of like just all George Lucas interviews. Do you think that anybody or any of you would want to watch like a really long video that has all George Lucas interviews, or do them like I've been doing where they're all just, each interview, which is usually easier because it's usually an hour or less. But I have thought of doing one long one. Hey, why though? I don't know if you're still around. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I saw Roberto over there. This guy says, "Hey, Muscle Man, you're live now." Okay. But yeah, there's interviews of Lucas talking about his accident and stuff like that. Which what I just read really told you in detail, but yeah, there's stuff. Maybe. I've never heard him say there was any connection there, but maybe. One long ass video of all George Lucas interviews. I've thought about doing it. Oh, okay. Make up your mind. I heard he worked Temple of Doom with Spielberg because of his divorce. I have a bunch. I have quite a few videos of thought I had a napkin or something. Man, that cherry pie was awesome. It was a tasty cake. Holy shit, that thing was good. And I'm a cherry pie expert. So if you're interested, artificially flavored, of course. But man, that thing was good. If you're in a cherry pie or a similar one, that package was damn good. Yeah, I have a bunch of little videos, tidbits of stuff, interviews that I try to spread out. And I keep for a rainy day. So you'll see some more George Lucas stuff popping up. Not that I have a ton, but I do have a few things. I do have old interviews. I do have new ones, or fairly newer ones. Scene where Mola Ram ripped the guy's heart out and it was just set on fire. That could be George's heart. Kaliba, Kaliba. The guy getting burned in that pit of lava while his heart is set on fire. That could represent George. I would love to see all of his interviews, but I think you'll get more views if you make them individual. Yeah. Mola Ram, prepare to meet Kali. Mikal in hell. Heart, fire heart. When you start YouTube, you need so many hours of watch time. So I had thought about doing it a while ago, like a year ago, just making a huge like 10-hour video or something with maybe longer, 15, 20-hour video with George Lucas interviews to try to get watch time. But it turned out I didn't need to do that. But anyways, yeah, I just don't know that many people are going to watch that. They'll watch part of it and then leave, and it's going to have a bad retention rate. So, all right. I guess D is gone because I had asked him something. What was it? If he remembered something from back in the day. Oh, there he is. I can't remember what I asked you. I asked you something about if you remember something from back in the day. I'm trying to remember what somebody said something and it made me I don't remember right now. I can't remember. I had asked you, it was an old reference to something, a product or show or something, and I can't remember what it was. I had asked you, I said, hey, D, do you remember? And right now I can't remember what the hell it was. I'm trying to look back here if I can jog my memory. Oh, do you remember Moonraker? James Bond, Moonraker. I feel the interviewers ask most of the time the same questions to Lucas. A lot of the good stuff is on the books, like your book, or on the Rinzler books. Yeah. Okay, so do you remember, shoot, I forget the girl's name right now. Maybe Summer? The blonde girl at the end with glasses. Jaws meets her. And do you remember that he smiles at her and she smiles back? Do you remember her having braces or teeth or anything? Or do you remember her just having regular smile, just regular teeth? Do you know what I'm referring to? Dolly. Dolly is her name. Pigtails, glasses. I remember her smile, but wasn't there a discrepancy about her braces? Yes. I don't remember her having braces, though. Oh, you don't? I hate the Charlie Rose interview. All he asked were questions about if he was egocentric. Yeah. Yeah, the point of that scene was that Jaws sees her he smiles at her and has his big jaws teeth, and then she smiled back and she had crazy teeth too. And they both instantly were like, oh. You're the first person I know that's around my age that doesn't remember. Well, that's not to say nobody else doesn't, but you're the first person to say that. Anyways, I'm going to take a little break. I was just thinking of oh, yeah, let me see if I can find something real quick. Something you guys will enjoy. I think it would be here. Is it this? Oh, the ads. Okay, that's that is funny, but it's not what I'm looking for. No. Where are you? Where are you? Why are you hiding from me? Here. Where are you? Where, oh, where are you hiding? Let's see. Here it is. Well, that was easy to find. Put that there. Okay. You don't remember the braces. Charlie Rose. The only good thing that the Rose interview did was make PT haters wake up and realize that George isn't a greedy egomaniac. He was just the guy that loves making movies. Lucas said about his early scripts he had the ideas but not a good structure. It wasn't until he studied Campbell and Kurosawa's Hidden Fortress that he had a great 3-act story for his ideas. Uba Marathon. That could happen. Might get 1 million views for that one. Rose was talking to George like how Dr. Phil talks to spoiled kids. The interview of Rose is awkward and cool at the same time. I feel like Rose would like the ST more than the OT and PT. I don't know about that. I think he's an OT type of guy, honestly. All right, I'm going to put an intermission. And when I come back, we're going to watch a little short film. It's 9 minutes long. It's basically George Lucas creating Star Wars. It's a comedic parody like he's in college. It's really good and it's fun. So we'll watch it when I come back. So no what? Nancy, hey Nancy, how are you? So yeah, that's a fun little movie, a little short film. We'll watch that when I come back. It's really clever, actually. So I will be back in 10 minutes. I'm going to put an intermission on, and we will continue with I'm good, and how are you? I'm good, Nance. I guess you can hear me. I was just about to take a little break. Hi, it's great to see you. But I'll be back in 10 minutes. Hopefully you'll still be around. I love your company. Either way, thank you so much for stopping by, and I will see you soon either way. All right. Let me put a little intermission for you guys. You want more Lucas or you want something else? I guess we can't go wrong with George's words of wisdom. As a matter of fact, since we're going to go into the parody afterwards, I guess it's good for you to watch Lucas serious, and then we'll watch how Lucas got there the funny way. So yeah, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Thanks as always, and see you soon.
If you think of the first 3 films as one film, which is what it was intended to be, Darth Vader comes in the front door, scares everybody, kills a few guys, and then you follow it through, and then you find out that Luke is his father, and then eventually it ends up with him not being the bad guy, but actually being a rather sad guy, and then eventually being the hero and killing the Emperor. That if you saw it as one movie, that's the movie you'd see. And one of the problems I had is that Darth Vader became such an icon of evil that when it got split up over 6 years, the impact of him as a tragic character got lost. So that was one of the inspirations for going back and doing the backstory, because it really is about, it's really the tragedy of Darth Vader is the story.
Struggle in Star Wars is about passion against compassion, which is greed against giving and giving up primarily. And the whole issue is the flip side of greed is fear of losing. So you're either trying to get things or you're afraid of losing the things that you've got. And the idea is that to let go of those things and because once you start down that path of fear, then you're trying to protect things and you're willing to fight for things and you're willing to. And the Jedi's basic job in the beginning, which we never get to see too much of because we start really during the war, they were like marshals in the Old West. I mean, they would go from town to town and they would, help solve the problems and in a lot of cases the marshals and the judges were pretty much the same thing, and they would just travel and they would bring justice and solve problems for people. which is kind of what Jedi are. And they're negotiators, they're not fighters. Only they're negotiators, sort of like the mafia. They're compassionate negotiators with a very big laser sword, which they don't like to use, but if somebody, doesn't want to solve the problem, then they'll solve it for them, so to speak, which is an incentive for people to solve their problems without fighting.
The first film starts with the last age of the Republic, which is it's getting tired, it's old, it's getting corrupt. There's the rise of the Sith, who are now becoming a force. And in the backdrop of this, you have Anakin Skywalker, a young boy who's destined to be a very significant player in bringing balance back to the Force and the Republic. In the second film, we get into more of that turmoil. It's the beginning of the Clone Wars. It's the beginning of the end of democracy in the Republic, sort of the beginning of the end of the Republic. And it's Anakin Skywalker beginning to deal with some of his more intense emotions of anger, hatred, sense of loss, possessiveness, jealousy, and the other things he's coping with. Then we will get to the third film where he is seduced to the dark side, which brings us up to films 4, 5, and 6, where Anakin's offspring redeem him and allow him to fulfill the prophecy, where he brings balance to the Force by doing away with the Sith and getting rid of evil in the universe. A lot of the issues that are in films 4, 5, and 6 become much clearer when you begin to realize what's behind the issues and how things came to pass. Because there's a lot of things that really are alluded to in the last 3 films, but they don't make much sense unless you really get the gist of what happens, and you really have to have seen 1, 2, and 3 in order to get it all. You get to see the universe, kind of, in the first 3 films. You know, you get to go to the Senate, you get to go to the center of the galaxy, you get to go to these very sophisticated planets and all this kind of stuff. And you're seeing things that are very sophisticated. You're seeing very sophisticated aliens, all kinds of things that are digitally created, large scope, very vast scale and everything. So then when you get down to episode 4, it's all very small. Everything's real tiny. There's no scope to it at all. And it's in a very small corner of the galaxy. You talk about those things, but you never ever get to see them. But of course in this thing, you'll have already seen all those things, so you'll know what they're talking about. And you'll know when he's saying, I'm stuck here in the far corner of the galaxy, you'll know what he's talking about. And you'll realize that he is stuck in a little dim corner of the universe. Found in all living things, found as flows from us, controls individuals, yet we have free will. We have a destiny if we want to follow it. We live for a reason and must discover what it is. What happens when you go to the dark side is it goes out of balance, and then you get really selfish and you forget about everybody, and you ultimately lead yourself, because when you get selfish, you get stuff, or you want stuff. Mm-hmm. And when you want stuff and you get stuff, then you are afraid somebody's going to take it away from you, whether it's a person or a thing or a particular pleasure, experience. Mm-hmm. Once you become afraid that somebody's going to take it away from you, or you're going to lose it, then you start to become angry, especially if you're losing it. And that anger leads to hate. And hate leads to suffering. Mostly on the part of the person who's selfish, because you spend all your time being afraid of losing everything you've got, right, instead of actually living. Where joy, by giving to other people, you can't think about yourself, and therefore there's no pain. But the pleasure factor of greed and of selfishness is a short-lived experience. Therefore, you're constantly trying to replenish it. But of course, the more you replenish it, the harder it is to, so you have to keep upping the ante. You're actually afraid of the pain of not having the joy. So that is ultimately the core of the whole dark side, light side of the Force. And everything flows from that. Obviously, the Sith are always unhappy because they never get enough of anything they want. Mostly their selfishness centers around power and control.
And the struggle is always to be able to let go of all that stuff. And of course, that's the problem with Anakin ultimately is you're allowed to love people, but you're not allowed to possess them. And what he did is that he, fell in love and then married her and then became jealous. And then he saw in his visions that she was going to die. He couldn't stand losing her. So in order to not lose her, he made a pact with the devil to be able to become all-powerful.
I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for you.
But of course, when he did that, she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. So he lost her.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Once you were powerful, being able to bring her back from the dead, well, if I can do that, then I can be Emperor of the Universe. I can get rid of the Emperor. I can do everything. I can make everything the way I want it.
And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
And once you do that, you'll never be satiated. You're always going to be consumed with this driving desire to have more stuff and be afraid that others are going to take it away from you. And of course they are. Because every time you get two Sith together, you have the master, you have the apprentice, and the apprentice is always trying to recruit another apprentice to join with him to kill the master. And the master knows that he's basically everybody below him wants his job. The only way to overcome the dark side is through discipline. The dark side is pleasure, biological, and temporary, and easy to achieve. The light side is joy, everlasting, and difficult to achieve. The great challenge must overcome laziness, give up quick pleasures, and overcome fear, which leads to hate. It's about good and evil in us, as well as our institutions. So, and the idea that some of us think we're really great people, but in the real world we're not. We're terrible people.
Or you can make bad choices.
Well, you make bad choices, but you run your life in a very selfish way, and you think you're doing good when you're actually not. And at the same time, it's how do democracies turn back into dictatorships? Why do people who have the power to have the freedom and everything turn it over to somebody who's going to take it all away from them? It's happened through history forever and ever, and all Star Wars is a way of updating that idea to say, watch out, because there are people out there who don't play by the rules, and if you're not careful, you're going to lose all your freedom. And at the same time, those people who may not play by the rules because they're selfish and greedy turn themselves into evil people who don't care about other people.
Now, as far as the characters in these stories, how closely did you work with the artists on creating characters? As you said, we didn't have the canon to pull from, aside from a couple characters like Yoda.
Yoda, whatever.
I'm sorry, Charles is Yoda, whatever.
And sure, Yoda's in it, whatever.
And Yoda, whatever.
And Yoda.
Yoda, whatever. I'm
And
so
not nice
confused,
pirate.
Charles, it says, and Yoda,
Yoda,
whatever.
whatever.
And then also Yoda, whatever.
Yeah, Yoda, whatever.
Yeah.
Yoda, whatever. She has no braces. Yeah, now she doesn't. She did. Is that Nancy with an IE from YouNow? It's Y and yes. Skeleton that C-3PO was next to skeleton or a prop. Where are you referring to? On Tatooine? Which skeleton? Her to stay there until... Yes. The Crate Dragon is still there. That was from a movie, from an old Disney movie. Who Stole a Dinosaur or something like that. It was in a museum as a big dinosaur skeleton. And after they made that film, they had the prop, and that prop was taken to Tunisia and used as the Crate Dragon. And they say it's still there. You can see it. You can see a lot of the old stuff. Horseface, whatever. I like that George was telling KK about people being selfish, and she didn't look like she cares. I hope we see Bobby here sometime. I don't see why not. Skeleton, the C-3PO, was next to calling for the Jawas. Yeah, that's a crate dragon, and that's from, again, an old Disney movie. Yep. All right. We're going to check out this little fan film, if you like. Is it sharing? Okay, there it goes. Look like Jawa's looking at 3PO. It's called George Lucas in Love. It's pretty clever. Looks kind of like
this giant cosmic force, an energy field created by all living things surrounds us, penetrates us. I'm trying to write. If I don't finish the script in 2 days, I don't graduate. The energy field created by all living things surrounds us, penetrates us. I'm trying to write. If I don't finish the script in 2 days, I don't graduate. The energy field created by all living.
Okay, just a minute because it's causing feedback going through all this. So just a moment, let me figure out how to do this. I got to put on earphones. It's the only way. Yeah. It's because it's sharing and sharing. And let me fix that.
Lost, man. And you know, my mom is coming this weekend, so could you clean? I could feel it, man. It's like this giant cosmic force, an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us, it penetrates us. I'm trying to write. If I don't finish the script in 3 days, I don't graduate. You're lost, man. And you know, my mom is coming this weekend, so could you clean up the pharmacy?
So, Lucas, we meet again.
Aaron, you live next door.
My script is now complete. Soon, I will rule the industry, and you'll still be writing line 1 of whatever it's called.
3XR-259.7.
Exactly. And George, the beard, not working for you.
Oh, shit. I gotta meet my professor.
You okay? Hey, check her out, kid. She's the fastest thing on campus.
Yeah, maybe later, Hal.
They're coming for us all. Beware the dark side, the evil empire.
Yes, I thought it was quite rude as well.
So, yeah, it's not what you would call technically done yet, but it's about a young space farmer who is he's struggling with a terrible crop of space wheat.
Struggle.
Yeah, and he's searching.
No, search not. Inspiration will you not find. It will find you.
Could you talk kind of forward?
Too much already, have I said?
Okay. Thank you. You've been it's big help.
Space wheat. Space corn. Space corn. Space oats. You're beautiful. I'm sorry. I don't normally talk to girls like I don't normally talk to girls. So God, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know anybody was in here. I usually just like to come here to think.
You do? I mean, I'll leave.
Oh, wait. You're George Lucas, right?
Yeah.
I'm Marion. I loved your student films. 14208, 61867. Great titles.
I can't believe you saw those.
Oh, yeah. Well, they had such passion, such vision. I loved them.
Do you want to sit down? And I'm just beginning to think that space oats isn't the answer.
Well, maybe you just weren't meant to write agricultural space tragedies. You've got to write from your heart. Just let people into your dreams.
You think so?
I do. I really do. Damn it, you know what? I've got to go. There's a big protest. I'm kind of leading the student rebellion.
Well, will I see you again?
Definitely. Don't worry so much. Just write what you know. Just like bullseyeing womp rats.
Ah, my hand!
It's amazing.
You're amazing. You're my inspiration. I feel like we're so connected.
Me too.
Mom?
Mom? Hi, kids.
Hey, George! Check out my new duck. I named him Howard.
Can you hear me now? Hello. Hello. Can you hear me now? Hello. How about now? Can you hear me now? Hello. Can you hear me now? Hello. How about now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah, when I plugged in those earphones, apparently they just totally took over my mic. Too funny. So, real life Padme still holds its own. Yes, it's Howard the Duck. Natalie. No mic. Howard the Duck was actually a Marvel comic. No audio. Okay, you hear me now. Stupid earphones took over. Yes, 5x5. There is echo. Is there still echo? Shouldn't be now. Too funny. Technology, man. Sometimes it just does what it wants to do. Oh, a donut. I see a donut. Too funny. All right. Sounds good. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, I'm in StreamYard, through StreamYard to YouTube. YouTube then shared to YouNow. Then, on top of that, a YouTube video shared through StreamYard to this YouTube stream, which is streaming through to YouNow. So you see how there's all these loops of where the audio would come from? So you have to juggle around a little bit to work it out. There is no echo. He died in season 4. Well, let's see. As I don't really have just a moment. I don't really have any other news. I guess what I will do that makes me think, did Lucas know Leia was Luke's sister on Empire? I believe he does say that he did, but he waited until Jedi to reveal it. From Leia would indicate no to that decision at that point. That's true. That is indeed true. I'm sure there's an interview somewhere where he mentions it. So we can watch a few. a few short videos of Star Wars silliness. Why not? Let's see if I. Testing, testing. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Zapped out. You're back, you're back. Yes. Okay. You know how you plug in at a device and it likes to take shit over? Well, there you go. Alrighty.
I used to have nothing.
I keep hearing that movie's terrible.
I like your cut, G. Do it.
Hello there.
I have the high ground.
What?
Renew and refresh the home you love with the help of CertaPro painters. Painting inside or out, you can trust the proven.
You said we wouldn't need to climb. We've arrived. Look at that. Whoa. They like to keep their distance, but if someone happens to catch one up close and they feel threatened, oh, brother, you don't want to be that guy. These things have a really strong hierarchy. You see that one on top? That's the pack leader, the meanest one. What about those two? Mating season's coming up. Only the strongest are allowed to mate by the pack leader. And those in the crater? Playing, most likely. They can go at it for hours. I'm gonna get closer. Don't you dare! You'll kill us both. I'll be careful. Oh no.
Now, George, it's come to our attention here at Disney that you are unhappy with the current state of Star Wars.
Yeah, pretty much.
But George, you left Star Wars in our hands, and I think we did a pretty good job at appealing to a wider audience.
No.
George, what is it you are unhappy about?
I'm actually so glad you asked because, I have a list.
Oh boy.
Well, for starters, I wrote a nice little summary of what was supposed to happen in episodes 7, 8, and 9, and you guys didn't use it.
Well, George, when JJ came on board,
You threw it away.
Yes.
Well, that's the real trick, isn't it? I have plans, guys, plans.
You weren't here. You sold. We had to do what we thought the fans would like.
And the fans liked what you did.
What we're saying, George, is that your old style of a comprehensive story and continuity between the films wasn't working.
Is that so?
Yes. People want more Mary Poppins Leia and more ships flying into other ships at hyperspeed.
Didn't you think people were going to wonder why that sort of thing's never been done before in the history of Star Wars?
There's that continuity talk again.
God.
Well, I'm here today to tell you that I'm taking it back.
Excuse me?
You can't do that. We have a contract.
What's up, everybody?
Who's this?
Oh, this is Steve, my lawyer. I met him at a Starbucks this morning.
We all know crap sucks. It's George's creation, so we're gonna take it back.
George, I don't know what you think this is, but I personally handed you a check for $4 billion.
Didn't cash it.
What?
Take a look at this.
This is a copy of the contract. Our lawyers went through everything.
Check the fine print.
Let's see here. George Lucas will receive full ownership of his company and films if Disney has been naughty with his creation? What the hell is this?
In the biz, we call it a stipulation.
You added this!
I have our copy here.
It's in this version too!
Well, that's all, folks. That's a win for Georgie boy. Court is adjourned.
No. I don't think so. Naughty with Star Wars? What the hell does that even mean?
Well, when you have directors that care more about their own personal passion projects and opinions than they do about the fan base, I'd say that's pretty naughty.
Oh, no. You created Jar Jar Binks. Everyone hates Jar Jar.
Do they? Is he annoying? Sure. Lovable? Perhaps not. But he had a purpose. A purpose he fulfilled. Can you say the same for Captain Phasma?
Ryan was subverting expectations.
Well, if I was expecting a great movie, consider me subverted.
Anyways, guys, front page, article you missed it, subsection too late. George gets everything back. That's a win for us, and we don't have to pay you any money. Sorry.
George,
Section too
let's
late.
be reasonable.
Oh, I am reasonable. So reasonable that I know that I would never, ever kill off Luke Skywalker. I mean, you had to know that was a bad idea.
We own Lucasfilm stocks. We run the properties. We control the assets. It's all tied up. There's no way to untangle it now.
Well, you guys have 1 hour to relinquish everything.
Thank you, Steve.
That's right, Georgie boy.
Fine. We can play that game too. Bring in Melinda.
Who's Melinda?
Our lawyer.
Oh, hello there. Oh, I heard you were unhappy with something.
She's so cute.
The magic of Disney.
Have you been a bad boy to these Disney executives? I know. Why don't we play a game with little woodland creatures? It'll make you forget all about all this paperwork stuff.
I have to go with this fairy princess girl.
We can bake a cake and meet fairies and live in a magic cottage.
Steve?
What am I doing?
You can't resist, Disney.
Give in to your childlike innocence and wonder and join us.
Oh, we'll have lots of fun. Who needs this George Lucas man?
Do it.
Steve? Steve! No!
I've turned to Disney.
No! You were supposed to help me get rid of them, not join them.
If you're not with me, you're against me.
Oh, only Disney deals in absolutes. I will do what I must.
You will try.
You're fired.
Wait, what?
Yeah, get out of here.
But the girl.
No, too late, goodbye.
Fine, I don't need you suckers anyways. I'm gonna take my 1973 Pinto and go hit up that rugby game I said I wasn't gonna be at. See ya.
Well, George, I guess you could say that we have the high ground. Can we just put this all behind us? Melinda, you may go now.
Oh, but what happened to that nice man? He certainly did seem upset. Perhaps I could have the elves sprinkle
Melinda. Thank you. It's over.
Well, then perhaps a song.
Melinda, goodbye.
Fine. I'll go back to my trailer. But I'm still getting paid for this, Bobby boy.
I hope you two don't think any of that convinced me.
Okay, George, sure. We made some mistakes. And sure, we upset some fans. But our goal has always been to make the best movie possible.
With episode 9, JJ is going to do his best to reel it all in, unify the fan base, give us a movie we can all be proud of, and put Star Wars back on a high note.
I sure hope so. All right, fine. We'll play it your way. For now. But if JJ doesn't make the best Star Wars movie yet, I'll be back.
What's happening?
I don't know. He's gone.
Where did he go?
Nope, still here. I just wanted you to see how off-putting that was.
Oh.
Darth Vader.
How do you do, young lady?
The Imperial Senate will not sit still for this. When they hear you've attacked a diplomat...
I want to make you happy, darling. I want to build a nest for your 10 tiny toes. I want to cover
I want to
every
see some
inch of
shorter
your
ones.
gorgeous body in...
Did you know that Del Monte planted over 1 million trees in various countries around the world?
No way.
Doing good tastes better. Join the Bunch of Good Society at abunchofgood.com.
Squadron, I need you to stay in formation and look out for rebels. Come on, rookie, stay with us.
Sorry, this is my first mission. Just finished training.
I know, and if you're not careful, this may be your last.
How far is this rebel shield generator?
Scanners say it's on the other side of this island. The sooner we blast this thing, the sooner we go home.
Can you guys see clearly with these helmets? So what's the deal with lunch out here? I'm starving. I don't know about you guys, but I got a bad feeling about this place. Anyone else need a bathroom break? So how's your fantasy pod racing league doing? What's the deal with the Emperor? Dude's got some serious anger issues. Whoa. So how much further is this thing anyway?
Wow, you just shut up already?
The rebel shield generator is just beyond those trees.
Rookie, grab the deactivator and let's blow this thing.
It's not here. It must have fallen out somewhere.
That deactivator is the only thing that can bring down the shield. And the fleet's up there waiting for our signal. So don't screw this up.
Yes, sir. Right away.
He's a bit short for a stormtrooper, don't you think? Was he like this in training?
I don't know. I thought he trained with you.
No, I thought you trained with him.
Wait, you mean no one actually knows him?
Oh, no.
checkpoint?
Any luck turning them to our side?
Impossible. They're fully committed to the Empire.
Then you know what to do. And Commander, please remember to set your weapon to stun this time.
Yes, sir.
I think I see you. Wait, it's a girl. Blaster.
Let's do this.
Surprise.
Royalty free. Disney can't sue me. Killing time.
Finn and Rey, for the sake of this meeting, I can put aside your disloyalty and sworn allegiance to the destruction of the First Order. What I cannot sweep under the rug, however, is your microaggressions and lack of diversity in your safe space.
There you go.
I know. Who am I to lecture you? After all, you are a woman, and you are a Tatooine American?
Black, just go.
Right, okay, Black's cool. I just didn't want to assume. The point remains, there are all different kinds of diversity across this grand galaxy of ours, and they're not fairly represented by the Rebel Alliance.
Oh, geez. Here we go.
Check your privilege, bro.
Calling Ray. It looks like another pod racer got blown up crossing the desert again. Probably more damn sand people.
They're called Tusken Raiders, and how dare you make such assumptions with such unabashed prejudice?
I'm still getting scale, right? To confirm, yes, they were Tusken Raiders. Well, that was a big surprise.
Who do you think you are? You know nothing of the intricacies of their ancient, yet beautiful and mysterious culture.
Well, we have spaceships and droids, and they're still fighting over one patch of land with harpoons. I think I got it.
When you talk like that, you're no better than the dark side or the Tusken Raiders themselves.
Well, we still don't target innocent desert crossers or make our women dress up like ninjas, so disagree.
I'll pretend like I didn't hear that. On to item number 2. Ray, we found this in your wardrobe.
Okay.
This outfit has been banned from future merchandising because it was designed to be titillating and or sexually rambunctious, and it encourages patriarchy.
So why is it okay when Lena wears it? Hey, you guys, look at me. I'm like super brave to wear this. I hope nobody tries and rapes me.
Why'd you do that?
Get off my spaceship. Even I think that was a little much, man.
You completely violated her safe force field. And is the capacity on that blaster below the recent federal maximum?
It's a laser blaster. It's unlimited.
Then why the bear with the crossbow?
Lucas can't write for shit. Yeah, I heard that. We even had to bring back Mark Hamill.
All right.
The force be with you. Bit of snack there. Have some self-respect. For God's sakes, look in a mirror. No. It's not true. It's impossible. Why? Did you keep a food log? Yeah, good one, man. Cripes, I can see your thyroid from here.
And why are there no transgender Wookiees?
They're asexual.
Sir Wookiee, would you mind if we called you pansexual? Thank you for your tolerance. Item number 3. I would like to present to you the new, all-inclusive, super-tolerant LGBTQ AIFCWX Stormtrooper costume.
You gotta be kidding me. I couldn't pick them from a rooftop full of faggots. Ray, sorry to bother you. They blew up another one.
Okay, everyone, let's not assume anything.
Yeah, it was sand people.
Damn it!
If you like this video, subscribe by clicking my face.
Yeah, I'm in my 30s.
Star Wars was the girl who had it all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the incomparable Miss Star Wars!
Go Star Wars! But the one thing she was missing was the guy who got away.
I know that laugh.
Until one day,
Blue milk for fanboy?
he walked back into her life.
Star Wars?
Fanboy! Wow, I haven't seen you since
2005.
Right.
Yep.
I was really.
Come upstairs and
I don't think so.
How would? In a weird place.
Well, it was really good seeing you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now she's got one chance
You've got to help me, JJ. I got to show him that I'm not the same person anymore.
to get him back.
2 words. Make over.
Oh my god, it's cold. Okay.
No. That's a terrible idea. Why would you even want to go back to Star Wars after the way she treated you?
I know, but you remember, man, it used to be so good.
She broke your heart 3 times in 6 years, and yet you kept coming back. It's a trap.
My company's having a party December 18th. You should come.
So are you teasing me, or is this for real?
Oh, you'll know when I'm teasing you.
This December, do or do not. There is no try when it comes to love.
George, what are you doing? It's over between us.
This isn't fair. I thought you were done with him.
I am, but it's not that simple. He basically made me who I am.
No, I don't trust him with you anymore.
What did you expect? The odds of it actually working out are like 3,720 to 1.
Never tell me the odds.
When I'm with Fanboy, it just feels like there's been an awakening inside of me.
That's love, the most powerful force in the universe.
I love you.
I know.
There's something about Star Wars.
So, Misa and Yusa Marie now? Kidding!
Hey everybody, thanks so much for watching our Star Wars parody. Click subscribe for more XBP comedy and
Now at Verizon, get a 5G phone on us, plus $300 to help you switch.
Не нужна она тебе.
Ошибаешься.
Хватит.
Old school решает!
Как у Дарт Вейдера. Эй, а что в коробке-то?
Ты не хочешь знать, что в ней.
Да.
Hey, thanks for watching, and thanks to Loot Crate for making this video possible. With the scan code Mr. Tyvikov.
Hello, humans. I am Olive. I'm here to transform your healthcare.
We'd like to welcome you out to the annual Stormtrooper Target Practice Session. While a larger turnout would have been more desirable, we'll make do with what we have.
I could call some of my friends, sir.
No, that won't be necessary. But I need you guys to take what you've learned today and take it home to your individual units and make them promise to practice. Is that understood? Now, as a member of the Emperor's elite tactical team, you're required to be efficient marksmen, effective with one shot. Precision is the name of the game. You're awfully tall to be a stormtrooper.
Sorry, sir. It won't happen again, sir.
Now, Blaster 101 states, "Can I help you, trooper?"
Sorry, sir. Just a winged pestilence, sir.
I need your full attention on me, trooper, please.
Will do. Hank.
Excuse me? Who told you that? Who told you my name was Hank? Because it's not.
No one did, sir.
I bet it was Tom Loy in Sector 9741. Because I have dinner with his family on Sunday. He will hear about this.
But, sir, I thought your name wasn't Hank, sir.
Yeah, I'm, confused. Yeah, me too.
It isn't. Or it was. It's not anymore. Okay, look, forget about that, okay?
Yes, Commander Hank.
All right, everyone step up and grab a blaster. Now, these are standard Blastech Industries E11 rifles. Now, the most important thing... Okay, time out. First lesson of the day. Don't ever point the blaster at yourself. Ever.
Sorry.
Now, you want to grip it firmly in your hand so that... Okay, don't use the blaster as a parasol. Okay? Okay. Take the rifle in your right... Don't sniff someone's blaster! Who does that? No. All right. Take the blaster. Grip it with your right hand. Then, firmly place your hand underneath the barrel, like so. Lift it up and aim the barrel at the target. All right? Then use the pin and the sight to find your target and gently squeeze the trigger. Squeezing the trigger allows you to have more control. If you pull the trigger too hard, your aim may be off. It's a natural tendency to want to flinch when the gun goes off, but you can control this by using the squeeze method. Yes?
Should we take the safety off before we fire, or should we leave it on?
Naturally, it would make sense to have the safety off when you want to fire the blaster. Okay, thank you for bringing up that point. Apparently, I forgot to tell you guys that. Idiots. Now, we do have a target here. Who would like to take a shot? Yes, Razy Handy McHanderstein. You're up. Feet shoulder width apart. Bring the rifle nice and snug up to your hip. For safety reasons, We want to keep that blaster as far away from your face as possible. Now, ooh, safety off, daring. Aim, ready to squeeze. You may fire when ready. Okay. Aim a little higher. You're trying to hit the target, not the dirt in front of you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, not too bad for your first go-round.
I've been shooting blasters all my life, sir.
Ah, well, that makes things a little more complicated, doesn't it? Get back there.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's see what you got. Not bad. You think...
That's James.
See, this is what the Emperor is talking about. Get back, get back. The Emperor doesn't want any more holes in the walls of the Death. Don't high-five that. Nope, stop. The Emperor doesn't want any more holes in the walls of the Death Star. This is what we're here to cure. We want better aim. We want efficient killing machines.
But what if we have to run? Often I find myself in a pack of 30 troopers running towards a target. I can't be expected to be a good shot while running and surrounded by people.
Yeah, and what about visibility? Sometimes I get really nervous and my goggles fog up, or my respirator won't be ventilating properly, or it's humid in the Death Star. Does that ever happen to you guys?
Oh, all the time.
Is it snack time yet?
Snack time will be in a minute. Look, I know visibility can be a problem, but you're supposed to be highly trained soldiers. You're not supposed to waste 20 rounds on a target, even if it is running away. Steady your aim. Squeeze the trigger. Practice makes perfect. All right, you go up, and then after you're done, we'll have some light refreshments.
Finally.
I heard that.
No, he's just a black stormtrooper.
Wow. Very good. Very good, Trooper. Honestly, I didn't think any of you, especially you, would actually hit a target today, so I'm impressed. Well done.
Thanks, Commander Hank.
All right, go ahead and take a break. How did I get stuck with this job? Yes.
Commander, your squad is being requested for duty. Report at 1800 for a briefing.
I'll bring every man I can. Did he just shoot that guy? Oh! These guys couldn't properly close a ventilator shaft.
Brush your teeth in less than 10 seconds with this revolutionary toothbrush?
It was...
What about the Bad Batch, James? I don't really have anything to say about it. It was, in ways, it was like last week. Because it was like a safe episode. It didn't connect to anything really. It just kind of was a self-contained episode, which it probably will connect to stuff in the future. But as of right now, it just basically brought in Hera, and I felt like the artwork was a notch down, like it's not as good, especially compared to the last episode, which was very anime-like. I don't know if they're using different artists or they just chose to animate it a little bit differently, but this episode didn't look as good to me. There were a few cool shots, some nice action, like especially like transitions. But overall, nothing really happens. We don't go anywhere or learn anything. It's just kind of a side. So I don't really have anything to say about it, to be honest with you. It was a filler episode. It was boring. The Bad Batch was only in one scene. I'm pretty sure it ruined Hera, even though she's one of the only good things Disney made. Yes, you barely see the Bad Batch. Hera's cool. I mean, I always liked Hera, so I don't have any issue, but I'm sure this Hera is gonna contradict other Heras, and it's just gonna further muck up the freaking thing. Need different artists, be consistent, and stick with one style. Bad Batch, whatever. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if it's different artists. Don't quote me on that. It felt like it was. To me, it was the worst looking episode. And not that it looks terrible, but it just like, I don't know, the characters, the Ryloths and the Twi'leks, they just didn't seem quite right. And not just like drawn funny, but like the quality of the crispness of the art, it just didn't look that good. I feel like other episodes looked a lot crisper. And like I said, the last episode was very much like an anime. Like, I was impressed with that last episode. This episode, it just didn't look that good. It wasn't that interesting. It was member berries. Oh, look, there's Hera. But outside of that, I mean, there wasn't really much going on there. I know they spend a bunch of time emphasizing Hera as like a rebel and a big troublemaker, and she's a big problem. And so definitely more Hera episodes or some tie-in is coming with Hera, because they were making a big spoof about her. Big, not spoof, but a big deal about her. I have no idea, James. 4 episodes of a great story would be better. Yeah. I feel like the Bad Batch is really totally unnecessary. We went from what we see in the movies, the Kaminoans are like master cloners. There was no talks of defects and mistakes and other clones, and it was just they did their job. That's what they do. And they made very high quality clones. It wasn't a matter of all these extra personalities and defects and all this. So, Clone Wars, to me, a lot of it is just a waste of time. Never mind Bad Batch. But here we are. The artwork looks good. The stories are pretty convoluted and silly, but overall, Bad Batch isn't anything memorable. It's not anything special. And most important, it's not enriching the Star Wars universe. It was a way for Filoni and Disney to extend, we extended through the Clone Wars, and now we can keep that momentum going. But at the end of the day, the Bad Batch isn't enriching anything. It's just a new story about this Bad Batch who are obviously going to have to die. So how are you going to resolve that? They have to die. the point is, if you're going to make extra stuff, whether it be like books and comics or extra shows or whatever, it should be enriching the universe. It shouldn't just be we're making content and putting the label on it. But unfortunately, that's exactly what Disney does. They're not creating any content. They're just Tech doesn't have a personality. Yeah, I mean a little bit. But yeah, he's kind of bland. Left, and Tech hasn't even had any development. Have any in the Clone Wars, yeah. It's like a short we saw Star Wars tries to change to please different people. Yeah. Could have just killed him off in the Clone Wars or the first episode of the Bad Batch. Yeah. Only there to be the smart one. Yeah. Sad that I went from waiting in anticipation for Tartakovsky's few minutes of Clone Wars every week to being apathetic to Star Wars Bad Batch. Shaking my head. Man, I used to be crazy for those little freaking Star Wars shorts. They were so awesome. And while they were in a different time and events that we had no previous connection to or explanation of or even maybe thought of, you know, we see like the them going to Ilum to get the crystals and Yoda being a little badass, Padme being a badass, some really great humor, Mace Windu being a badass, Obi-Wan being a badass, Anakin being a badass. You know, we get to see, you know, Asajj Ventress. I mean, it's really Grievous is a monster. Yeah, I used to dive to see those things, man. And I was always like, no, it's over. The second you start watching, you're like, oh, shit, it's going to be over in like 10 seconds. But they were so amazing. You would get so hyped up off those little cartoons. He really has no purpose to be there. Echo can easily just take his place. I can't believe people think the Clone Wars and the Bad Batch are better than Clone Wars 03 because it's canon. Well, first of all, it's not canon because it's already breaking its own shit, but I actually hate Clone Wars 03 because it's not canon. So does that mean KOTOR and The Force Unleashed are trash games? Well, the new Clone Wars isn't canon either. Neither's Bad Batch, so what does it matter? None of it's canon anymore. You know, Star Wars fans are just casual, so they don't care about canon. Who cares about canon? Not Disney, that's for sure. So, I love seeing General Grievous in Tartakovsky's Clone Wars. He was such a beast of an enemy. Yeah, I loved him in that too. Casual fans say that canon doesn't matter. Yeah. Disney lies to them and puts Filoni name on it for people who eat it up and call it a masterpiece, even though they'll forget about it in a few months. Yep. A year from now, people aren't going to be like, oh my God, Bad Batch was so amazing. 5 years from now, they're going to totally forget about it and never watch it again. I mean, it's very right now. And, you know, it gets attention, it makes money when you make something for right now. But me personally, I like to make stuff that lasts, or I like to enjoy stuff that lasts, that has life to it. Well, that's the thing. Who does? I know like a small handful of people that claim they do, which even that I doubt. But I don't know. I don't know people that watch Mandalorian or Rebels or any of that stuff over again. You know, I don't know people that are like, oh, hey, I just watched this again. I loved it. And I think a lot of people are in denial because if you were to watch all of that stuff, you would see that none of it matches up. It all contradicts each other. So you're like, what do I believe? What's canon at this point? Well, there is no canon. Okay, so then Star Wars is just a bunch of stories. Which isn't terrible in a different universe where you've established it's just a bunch of different stories. But when it was a story and it had rules and now you're just going all over the damn place with it, you've pretty much destroyed the point of it. Liza puts Filoni's name on it so people will eat it up and call it a masterpiece even though they will forget about it in a few months. Yeah. You don't see that many people, right? Mandalorian. It's in a universe that doesn't exist, so why should it matter? Because it's called attention to detail and trying to have things make sense. Indeed. I don't know. I care about that stuff. I know a lot of people do. Not that I get very many views or anything, but I know there's a lot of people out there that care about it. And I think there's people like me that know it very well and get crazy about all of it, and I expect it. Here's the thing. George Lucas established the standard of no continuity errors or problems or holes. So at this point, you have no choice, but you have to live up to that. Otherwise, anything short of that is bullshit. So there's people like me that are going to point out every last little thing because it fucking matters. But even, let's say, if we get a little lax with it, we get a little casual, and we're like, all right, we're not going to nitpick every little perfection. But for the most part, it maintains a story, maintains a rhythm. Well, no, you can't do that because they've thrown it all over the place. They're just like canon, whatever, Yoda, whatever, this, whatever, that, whatever. So you can't even like pretend to halfway follow it or understand or care or because it's just wherever, all over. Space Wizards, nothing made sense. It's just day one. People make the worst reasons for why it doesn't matter and just blatantly accept whatever comes out of Mickey Mouse's anus. Indeed. I'm making a few Jack and Ron episodes where they travel through time. I'm not going to have them go to the future for a reason. You need to go to the ocean so I can see this Jaws movie. Since I was a huge fan of samurai films, I'm excited for the Star Wars Visions. However, it's weird because Star Wars has already inspiration of the samurai films. Yes. Episode 3 is actually going to be very important because the time machine that Norman built will play a large role. Cool. In a way, it could be very, very cool if they do a side anime, Japanese style sword fighting Star Wars. I'm all for it. I love that stuff. I think it could be awesome. But on the same token, it can look really awkward and maybe out of place. I don't know. We're just going to have to see. I think I'll like it, but who knows? You can watch it on YouNow. You mean like share it on my YouNow? Is that what you mean? I'd be happy to. I have no problem with that if that's what you mean. Yeah, I can do that. No problem. Speaking of YouNow, where some of you weren't around, me and Roberto were hanging out playing in the casino. Thanks, Damien. I see you over there. I appreciate you. There's all kinds of games and stuff going on, and you guys weren't around. Well, you'll see them next time. Thanks, Casper. I see you, buddy. 12,146. Nice. You keep getting up there. Yeah. So there's the cantina now. Let's see. 3.5 hours. Well. I think Disney first should have given us, the fans, cool original characters. Then they could have given those characters in Japanimation form, but that's just me. Should have given us, the fans, cool original characters. Oh, yeah. Yep. What do you think of Slave One's name change? I actually talked about this last week, but I'm a Star Wars fan since Star Wars first came out. I'm a Boba Fett fan since the first moment he was around and I saw him. So to me, Boba Fett's my favorite character of anything, any franchise, any medium, any whatever. So I don't like changes to Boba Fett, and I certainly don't like changes or things that affect Slave One. Slave One has always been Slave One. It's not only a badass name, it is the name that it had. That ship was iconic. And the name, it has significance. So I think it's pretty fucking stupid is my answer. I think If it was something really insanely offensive, I get it. Times change. Although you should really always try to preserve history. You shouldn't mess with history. But the name has a meaning to it. It has weight to it. It has history to it. That's how everybody knew it. That's how the toys were made. Disney has things that they made with slavery in them. Like literal slavery, not a name to a ship. So I think they're hypocrites as always. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's foolish on their part because on several levels, first of all, you're just messing with Star Wars lore. Dumb. You're changing names of a very well-known character who's about to have a show. Dumb. Plus, they just finished filming Book of Boba Fett, so who knows if they're going to have to go back and fix stuff now that the name has changed. So then you're not only just pissing off Star Wars fans, but there's also the reality of Boba Fett is probably the most hardcore fans out there. There's not really Han Solo fan clubs. There's a lot of Han Solo fans, by all means. I love Han Solo as much as the next person, but he doesn't really have fan clubs. Or maybe there is one or two out there, but whereas on the contrast of all Star Wars characters, Boba Fett has several fan clubs. He has a very hardcore following. His toy is always in the top 3, if not number 1, most valuable, highest selling toys. Just a year and a half ago, there was a Boba Fett that was going for like $250,000 or something stupid like that. I covered it in an old Star Wars news. So, I mean, is it surprising? No. Look what they did to Luke Skywalker. That was part of my concern with Luke. Not only did they shit on the face of Star Wars, but if you can shit on Luke, that means it's open game. Every character is just going to get freaking raped. At one point or another, every character. That's why I laugh when people are like, I can't wait for Obi-Wan show. Okay. That's going to be a mess. Anyways, I think it's freaking stupid. But that was kind of a synopsis of what I talked about last week. Playlist of important episodes. Could have given us those. I agree. Yes. Slave One is such a kick-ass name. They suck for wanting to change it. Watch them rename it something like Reparation 1. Yeah, you're true, right? The Sith were slavers. I mean, they are the bad guys. What are they supposed to do? I think that Mark Anthony said it really well last week when I was talking about it. If you don't like it, Disney, then don't buy it. Why are you so freaking hell-bent on changing the Star Wars freaking galaxy when you bought it for a reason, what it was worth? People loved it, and here you are. You guys are shredding it to pieces. I don't understand. I heard the Slave One is the only ship in existence. Jango Fett stole it and used it to blow up the other 8 slave ships. Where'd you hear that? I know of Slave 1, 2, and 3. But 8 slave ships? Her Slave 1 is the only slave ship in existence. Jango stole it. Oh, when it was being built, there were a few. I forget if it was 8, but there were a few. And yes, Django does get Slave 1 and destroy the other ones. Yes. But that's in lore. They're going to call the ship Diversity 1. Correct. Belong to Omega. Yes. And she'll know how to fly it right from the beginning. What did they think they would call the Millennium Falcon? Aluminum Falcon? Star Wars is racist and needs to be fixed. Then why try to associate yourself with it? Yeah. To Disney, just sell Star Wars and make new IP of those bad ideas. Correct. How did Boba get it back when Hondo had it? Read a book, I guess. Read a High Republic comic, and maybe they'll tell you. But probably not. That's Disney. We should call Ray Speeder Ben Solo Speeder. What did you say for the Falcon? I forgot what you said. Plays tricks on me. What do you mean about the Falcon? I didn't say anything about the Falcon, did I? I was talking about Slave 1. Did I say something about the Falcon? I don't believe so. Idena, where are you? What do you think Disney would call the Millennium Falcon? Oh, I said aluminum Falcon, like Palpatine did in Robot Chicken. Disney would call the Falcon, I don't know, the parrot or something. The cockatoo, the aluminum cockatoo. I don't know. The Gen X Tweety Bird. Gen Y or whatever. Y, yeah, big old Y. All right, I'm going to take a break. Prequel haters need to go to hell. For some reason, I thought you can't say millennium anymore because it's offensive to Gen Z. Imagine if that happened. Really? That would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? Probably gonna get a copyright on this damn stream. For all those videos. That's fine. George, when you wrote Star Wars 26? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how old he was. I know the first draft, like I showed you, was 74. '74 was 47 years ago. He's 77. So he would have been 30 at the first draft. If Disney was more smarter, which they aren't, they wouldn't act as heavy-fisted as they have been with their propaganda. I mean, come on, Alphabet Squad, real subtle Disney. Yes. MJ, what's up, brother? Morning, not my Star Wars. I'm fine here now. Thank you. How are you? Good. I'm glad you're around, buddy. What were you doing? I think I saw you on Twitch yesterday or today. Man, the weeks go by so fast for me. It's insane. But thanks for the super chat and good to see you. We're just chilling. 30 and 74. Potentially, I mean, if I'm doing reverse math, we can look officially though. I think he was probably a little bit younger in 74. He was born in 44. Yeah, so 74, he was 30. Which means he was about 33 when when Star Wars came out. 77. Sure enough, buddy. Sure enough. Thanks, MJ. Yep. What do you think Disney would call Star Destroyers? Who knows what they're going to do? Some nonsense they'll come up with. What would have happened if Disney made rots? It would have been completely different, that's for sure. I was on Twitch last night doing a Resident Evil remake speed run. Beat it in under 5 hours with no saves and no deaths. Got an A rank. Oh, nice. I remember doing that crazy shit back in the day. Always liked Resident Evil. Star Inclusioners. All right, I'm gonna take hey Tupac homie, thanks for stopping by. I'm gonna take a quick break. It's called the Star Destroyers, the safe space. Ben kissing is literally in the movie just to get the Raylas to shut up. Yes, called Star Destroyers Arrowhead Cruisers, then backtrack when they realize it's offensive to Native Americans. Yes, absolutely. Yes. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah. I'll put a R2 perhaps. We just saw George, so Yoda, whatever. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Fade in.
Another mechanical creature from the movies, R2-D2 from Star Wars.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by
historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later, August or September. And it's, it's a book about what I consider to be, the great adventure of the 20th century, the development of the rocket, which happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought, and it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon, and I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's a behind-the-scenes book. In the same way that's making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien, the behind-the-scenes books, this is also a behind-the-scenes book.
and by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
I'll just have to run him over and wreck it, otherwise he'll put me out of business.
A brave, bold future without limits for each and every storyteller.
Leaving all of us wondering, where's the story gonna go next?
I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I will even learn to stop people from dying. It's all Obi-Wan's fault. He's jealous. He's holding me back.
Oh, my poor circuits. It's all so very complicated. I don't see how they ever put all this together. Well, really, R2. Of course we all want to see how it worked out.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Star Wars, it's a journey, y'all.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below. All right. Thank you, Donia. I see you over there on YouNow. Thank you for becoming a fan. Hello. If you're still around, hi there. Let's see where you guys are at. Arrowheads. Wonder where we'll be in 10 years. Probably in jail for sexually assaulting by saying hi. Anything's possible. They have long enough to make it to prison. We revolt, and they'd say they'd agree, and they think that we stink on ice. How come nowadays talking to someone automatically means they're in love? I must be a player. I swear if people say that George ruined Star Wars one more time, I'll ruin every single prequel hater over and over. And even getting them in a car accident like I'm watching Cars 3 and Cars 1. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous when people say George ruined his own story. I guess I could start kissing the men I speak to. It's clear that I was made to all of them. Just let's have one conversation without people assuming we're in love. Anakin saying it's all about all Obi-Wan's fault is me saying it's all Mr. Plankett's fault. Such a playboy, we can settle down, only just talk to one person. We was made for humor, and for some reason people actually saw him as a professional movie critic. Yes. Is this still Star Wars? Yeah, I don't know. Everybody's going somewhere else. Disney Star Wars is Star Wars in name only. So I know. Star Wars in name only, yes. Do it over, no hard feelings, Disney. Yes, well, the thing is they won't do it over. They're going to connect it, and they're not going to admit that they screwed up or redo it or anything like that. That was History of the World Part 1 reference. My lord, the peasants are revolting. You said it. They stink on ice. Yes. Where's Part 2, damn it? I love that movie. I really love that movie. Super Sticker. Let me see if I can see it over on the other side, because here I can't see it. In StreamYard. A thumbs up. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, bro. Hello there. It's been a while. Hope all is well. So, I don't know what to do right now, guys, because it was fun. Still, Spaceballs was Mel's best, but I'm biased due to it being the first of his work I ever saw. Yeah, that's what I was trying to spit out. Is I love Mel Brooks' stuff. He's a gross pervert with a missing leg who eats nothing but pizza rolls, keeps hookers in his basement, and is centuries old. People somehow see him as a legit film critic. It's just because this shit was catchy. I don't know what to do right now. I'm awake and I'm happy to hang out, but it's like I don't have any other Star Wars stuff to talk about right now. So if we're not going to talk about Star Wars, which is fine, I'd rather go set up a YouNow stream and play with the Cantina, and there we can talk about whatever. Being as this is a Star Wars news stream, I don't want to go off into a bunch of other stuff. So, unless you guys have something Star Wars that you want to talk about, what I'll probably do is end this and do a YouNow, just a chill stream. Because honestly, I don't have any other stuff this week to talk about Star Wars wise. MJ, I think you would like YouNow. You should check it out. Like, you could do your games and all that stuff, just stream it over. Been in attendance. I lost my internet on the 4th. By the way, like my American makeover for July. Missing leg. Where we think Star Wars could have gone, even though it wouldn't be George's. Oh, wait, Disney did that. Yes. I think that's the end of that conversation. Yes. Yeah, because I don't want, I'm more than happy to talk about whatever, but I don't want this particular stream to go off into other stuff because it's supposed to be Star Wars news. So I guess what I'll do is I'll end this and I'll start up a YouNow. And then there we can just shoot the shit, whatever. I want to check out, retest all the casino. I think everything's fixed now, so. Was about to look into YouNow when I lost my internet. Then I forgot. Good to have you back. Yeah. I'm about to go over there and start a stream, so you should come over and join us. And then you can check it out. I'll even explain some stuff to you. But I think you could there's different ways to use it. Like the main way is to just be on there streaming and talking. But I also play like my own videos on there, which you could do. But you could also do gaming. And it's just another outlet. Yeah, you can follow me on Twitch. I also have a YouTube gaming channel. And like I said, I'm on YouNow here and there, so can't wait to put out Raise Hand, yes. And usually I have a million things to talk about, but this week there just isn't that much Star Wars news. So, but thank you, Joe, for stopping by, and thank you for the sticker. I really appreciate it. You should check out YouNow also. It's fun. Anyways, MJ, if you just go to younow.com, you just sign in with Google, or you can sign in other ways, and you just make your quick little profile. You can find me easy because I'm the only Not My Star Wars, and I can explain it to you. A link tree on the banner of my profile if anyone wants to follow me across different platforms. Which profile? Your YouTube? Anyways, YouNow doesn't have like an invite link or anything. You just go and sign up and find people. You can find me easy. So I'll end the stream so it ends as a Star Wars news, and in just a few minutes I'll have the cantina open. So I'll post a link on the community tab. My channel, my message would be auto blocked. Okay, so yeah, check out where am I? I'm on like 5 different screens right now. So go check out MJ1's channel, subscribe, check out his videos. He's got all kinds of cool stuff. You actually have a few channels, but his link tree is there if anybody wants to check him out on Twitch or other places. Put my earphones in the washing machine, so I'm using wireless ones. I hope they work. I might drop off for now, but have a great rest of the night to all. Okay, you have a great night. Man, you're gonna miss the cantina, dude. I think you need to hang out a little bit longer. But the wired ones still work, but the quality is really low. First profile I ever made was fanfiction.net. Nice. When was that? My eyes are heavy. Too much work today. Okay, cool. The cantina will be there anyways. Just be aware you will become addicted. All right, so I'm gonna end this. I'll go hang out on YouNow for a few, so hopefully I'll see some of you over there. And I know I keep saying it, but there's a few videos coming. And back in the late 2000s. There's a few videos coming, and Tuesday, as always, I do the YouNow, and next Friday we will mid-2000s, I forget. We will see what news there is. We still need to do the second part of Jedi. If not, there'll be some sort of news or something will come up. So can't wait to release Jaws. Yes, I want to see it. Okay. I will leave you guys with an outro, and
Arrogant punk. If I didn't have more important things to do, I'd let Video Man put you in your place.
Please like the video if you liked it. If you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself.
Design of the boat and the main characters. Nice. Hope we see Bobby. Yeah, I'm sure he'll pop up. All right. Thanks as always. I'll leave you guys with a little outro, and I will see you next Friday, if not sooner. I will have a YouNow up in just a few minutes. So, because the cantina will be open shortly. See you guys soon. Thanks as always. May the force be with you. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the force be with you. Red Hair Shanks, you came in like right when I'm closing. Well, for what it's worth, if you're still here, I'm gonna go start a YouNow stream. So if you want to come join us over there, if not, I will see you next Friday possibly. Good to see you, buddy. See you later. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the force be with you.